Chapter 430. The Result of the CLMPT.I.Tion I. Chapter 430. The Result of the CLMPT. 1. Tion I. Chun Xiang gave some demon hearts to Lanlan, increasing the number of demon hearts in her hand. This would also ward off Divine Martial Palace's suspicion of him killing Wan Xian and Gong Sunjia. Even if they had, they would not be that suspicious. And in order to make Lanlan believe, Chun Xiang also took out 100 or so demon heart, which consisted of his part as well the 60 demon hearts from Gong Sunjia, which amounted to 114. Seeing this many demon hearts, Lanlan's watery eyes almost popped out. To make sure it was true, she caressed them a bit and felt the pure energy inside them. How did you get them? You killed 100 or so evil demons. Lanlan was having a hard time believing it. Chun Xiang nodded in affirmation. That's right in front of the dark forest canyon. A very powerful evil demon brought a large group of subordinates with him, however, they were all killed by my array. While speaking, Chun Xiang once again took out the demon heart of the poisonous Scorpion King. Lanlan immediately believed him as soon as he took it out. The strength of this demon heart should be close to Nirvana realm. Your array must have been quite fearsome. Lanlan suddenly realized that Chun Xiang was very amazing. Surprisingly, he also knew how to arrange an array. Chun Xiang burst into laughter as he said, I have expended all my top-grade crystal stones to arrange that array. To tell you the truth, I just didn't want to let W.A.N. Ji Quan's apprentice enter the finals. That's the only reason why I am helping you. Didn't you say that you wanted to spar with me? Maybe we can have an opportunity to fight. However, you have to keep it a secret. Chun Xiang didn't even bat an eye while spewing these lies. Not to mention, he also took out so many things to make Lanlan believe. Lanlan earnestly nodded. Thank you. You helped me a lot. Then how many are you going to give me? Chun Xiang secretly smiled in his heart as he replied, I will give you 50, counting your 28 demon hearts, you will have a total of 78. And I will also have 60 or so with me. Why are you keeping so little? What if you got eliminated? Lanlan's eyes were filled with gratification as she looked at Chun Xiang. However, she was still a bit puzzled. Hey, I just want those guys of Divine Martial Palace to think that I am weaker than you, elaborated Chun Xiang. While speaking, Chun Xiang sorted out 50 demon hearts and gave them to Lanlan. Whereupon, Lanlan generously said, Thank you, scoundrel. If you need my help in the future, you can come to me despite anything. You are welcome. I am a very good guy. Earlier, I was just joking with you, no offense, said Chun Xiang with a mischievous smile. Lanlan was but a freak in the blue blood family. He may not know how powerful she was, however. He was sure that one day she was going to be a very powerful woman in King's mainland. Wolf Slave woke up from his stupor only to see Chun Xiang smiling at him as he said, Wolf Slave, you will stay here. Maybe someday you can leave this place. Take this, you are now free. Having received a bag of 100 beasts Dan from Chun Xiang, the wolf slave felt extremely gratified. He hurriedly thanked Chun Xiang as he watched Chun Xiang and Lanlan leave. Having followed Chun Xiang to the dark forest canyon and seeing the devastating aftermath, Lanlan said in surprise, The dragon roar from earlier should have been you, right? How terrifying, however, I am not afraid of you. Chun Xiang pursed his lips as he said, I am also not afraid of you. If we really fought with each other, you better not go easy on me, or you will be defeated in one stroke. I am not going to show tenderness toward woman. Lanlan stuck her tongue out in response before she countered, smiling mischievously. But of course, I am also not going to soft-hearted. I want to be first, so as to prove that I am the strongest woman of blue blood family. A white whirlpool appeared in the sky at once as this round came to an end. At this instant, Chun Xiang saw many evil demons jumping up, Flying towards the sky, however, they were sent back flying as they were struck by lightning released from the whirlpool. Chen Xiang and Lan Lan spread their wings and flew into the sky. Having stayed here for so many days, they had long been wanting to leave this place. It's really nice to see sunlight again. Having appeared at the stage on the summit of the mountain, Chen Xiang saw W. A. N. Ji Quan once again. Surprisingly, W. A. N. Ji Quan dared to come here after hiding for 10 days. Chen Xiang secretly smirked. W. A. N. Ji Quan only came here because he wanted to see his apprentices enter the finals. Nothing more, nothing less. However, he didn't know that 2 of his apprentices had already been sent to H.E.L. by Chen Xiang. The Partic. 1p ants continued to appear one after another. However, there were only 10 Partic. 1p ants remaining, that's all. Gu Dongchen and Wu Kaming both knit their brows into a frown seeing so few Partic. 1p ants alive. The elders of Divine Martial Palace also had a forlorn look on their faces, for several of their Divine Martial Palace true disciples had still not come out. W.A.N. Ji Quan was anxious even more so. 3 of his apprentices had still not come out. Chen Xiang had also not imagined that so many people would die inside. However, having experienced the fearsome might of Poisonous Scorpion King, it was not that surprising at all. Had he not used the array, 10 of him may not have been able to defeat that Poisonous Scorpion King. Furthermore, almost all the energy of the illusion array had been consumed when attacking the Poisonous Scorpion King. No one would know what went on inside, no matter what. Even if somebody killed someone, no one was going to admit it as well, or else, it would be no different than serving his head on a platter. Chen Xiang secretly reckoned that it was not only him who had killed and robbed the others. The 20 compet. 1. Tours who went in were all very powerful. There were some who were not Divine Martial Palace true disciples, but they were King's vain martial artists. Perhaps one of them had killed the other apprentice of W. A. N. Ji Quan. 4 hours have already elapsed. If we don't close the entrance now, then it would be troublesome, said one of the elder as he patted W. A. N. Ji Quan's shoulder. Who would have thought that W. A. N. Ji Quan would actually lose 3 of his proud apprentices inside? W. A. N. Ji Quan furiously glared at Chen Xiang and the other. He suspected that someone among these 10 Partic. 1p ants had killed his apprentice. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance. The demon hearts he had given to his apprentices were all marked. If someone had killed and robbed his apprentices, W. A. N. Ji Quan could be able to tell through those demon hearts. The downcasted W. A. N. Ji Quan clenched his fists as he said, "Close the entrance, let's start scoring them." "Lan Lan, you go first as you were first to enter," shouted an elder. Chen Xiang was secretly pleased as he was going to be the last. He remembered that the 5 who entered later than him hadn't come out. "I have acquired 78 demon hearts." Lanlan's words surprised the Divine Martial Palace elders. The same was true for Gu Dongchen, Wu Kaming, and the others. Lu Menger and Hua Xiangyue also furrowed their brows. They had heard that the evil demons inside were not that easy to kill. It was quite possible that she had killed and robbed the others. Maybe that's why she had so many demon hearts. However, no one had ever imagined that such a cute little girl would actually be so ruthless. Nonetheless, it was indeed the fastest method to acquire a lot of demon hearts. Much to Chen Xiang's surprise, Lan Lan actually remained calm as he took out 78 demon hearts, so as to let the people of Divine Martial Palace inspect. Chen Xiang's palms were sweating. If Divine Martial Palace identified that those demon hearts belonged to Gong Sunjia, then Lan Lan would be in big trouble. Of course, Divine Martial Palace didn't dare to say anything to Lan Lan. After all, she hadn't broken any rules. At most W. A. N. Ji Quan would act hostile towards her, that's all. Having inspected her demon hearts, several elders and G. Quan shook their head as they did not recognize those demon hearts. Apparently, these demon hearts were not robbed from G. Quan's apprentices. However, they were still confused as to how Lon Lon acquired so many demon hearts. "How did you get them?" an elder asked. "How did you get them?" an elder asked. "I got them by killing evil demons. I knew of one place which was frequented by evil demons and waited for them there. I killed every evil demon that came there. However, it was somewhat risky as I have almost died a few times there," explained Lon Lon, her face filled with trepidation. Looking at this little girl lying through her teeth without so much as blinking her eyes, Chen Xiang's heart secretly palpitated. He realized Lon Lon wasn't a vegetarian. "Where is it, G. Quan continued asking. "There is a place called Spirit River. It's a river full of spirit qi. I got this information from an evil demon," stated Lon Lon. It was what Chen Xiang had told her. He didn't expect that she would have to use it so soon. Chen Xiang felt that he was so stupid for treating Lon Lon as a naive girl earlier. G. Quan returned the demon hearts to Lon Lon, nodding. He and those elders indeed knew of that spirit river. They had also caught many evil demons there. Next was G. Quan's eldest apprentice, Sun Xueren. There wasn't an iota of expression on his face, like a dead man, cold and a man of few words. He didn't look around, and his gait was also very stiff. However, the clothes he wore were the most magnificent of all G. Quan's apprentices. There were many sparkling rings on his fingers as well. "Sun Xueren 80, shouted G. Quan. As it was his own apprentice, he and those elders just casually glanced 1 or 2 times, giving him a perfunctory check. Seeing this, Lon Lon and Chen Xiang secretly came to despise them. The same was true for Gu Dongchen and those powerhouses on the sidelines. All of them could see that some kind of backhand dealing was going on. The next one had 43. Such a number also gave Chen Xiang a fright. Fortunately, he had foresight. Also, he was surprised by their strength. Surprisingly, they could obtain so many. Lon Lon was also feeling the same. On her own, Lon Lon was only able to get 28. Had it not been for Chen Xiang giving her so many, maybe she would have ended up last. 50, 48, 45, 52. All of them had 40 or 50, which gave Chen Xiang and Lon Lon palpitations, as earlier, Chen Xiang was only planning to hand over 50-some demon heart, and Lon Lon went a little further, just 28. Meanwhile, all these people were interrogated as to how they acquired so many demon hearts. "Emotion 83, an elder shouted, shocked. A solemn look also appeared on G. Quan's face. There was still someone else who was able to acquire so many. Maybe he had killed G. Quan's apprentice. G. Quan and those elders carefully inspected those demon hearts. Soon, those elders and G. Quan's countenance changed. Although they looked calm on the surface, G. Quan's eyes flickered with an undisguised fury. "These demon hearts has your mark, right? Before your apprentices went in, you gave them 50 demon hearts to each." "That's right, I had killed your apprentice. I had no choice because he wanted to kill me. I did what a normal person would have done in my shoes," said Emotion dismissively. Emotion was far from being handsome. But at this moment, Chen Xiang felt admiration towards him. Emotion had actually admitted it, not to mention the fact that he had given a loud slap on Divine Martial Palace's face. G. Quan was so infuriated that he was unable to utter anything. However, how could he dignify with a response as he sure had helped his apprentices in cheating, which had already been noticed by the powerhouses standing nearby. According to Elder Ding, it was permissible to have a conflict inside. I indeed killed your third apprentice and got 50 demon hearts from him. They can also be counted as mine. If you want to deal with me in accordance with violations, I will still admit it, continued Emotion. He was not the slightest bit afraid of W.A.N.G. Quan. Chen Xiang reckoned that someone very powerful was surely backing up this Emotion. Humph! Suppressing the anger in his heart, W.A.N.G. Quan returned the demon heart back to Emotion. It was quite evident that he had scruples about the man backing Emotion. Now it was Chen Xiang's turn. He was also at the center of attention. Chen Xiang only took out 60 demon hearts in order to be inconspicuous. This amount was just enough to put him in the fourth place, just behind Lan Lan. After W.A.N.G. Quan and the others had completed their inspection, they still didn't find their marks on them, which fairly astounded W.A.N.G. Quan and the others. Emotion too knit his brows into a frown, puzzled. He thought that Chen Xiang would have attacked W.A.N.G. Quan's apprentices. He had been able to get 60 demon hearts with his own strength. This was quite fearsome. How did you obtain them? Asked Elder Ding. Why are you questioning only me when I have obtained just 60, while Divine Martial Palace Lord's elder apprentice had obtained 80? Why didn't you question him? Don't you think you are rather shameless? You are openly cheating. In order to make sure that the Divine Martial Palace Lord's 4 apprentices take the top 4, you have given them a lot of demon hearts when they went in. And now that the 3 of them have died, you want to check and see who killed them, am I right? Anyone can see it as long as there is nothing wrong with their brain, said Chen Xiang in a questioning manner. Chen Xiang, watch what you are saying. You must have evidence to back you up, said W.A.N.G. Quan coldly. As long as there was any evidence, the Divine Martial Palace could act all shameless as much as they want. Shaking his head, Chen Xiang said, I indeed got no evidence. How did you get 60 demon hearts? Tell us in detail. It will help my Divine Martial Palace to understand how those evil demons move. We sent you in for compet. 1. Tie-in as well as for an investigation, W.A.N.G. Quan asked back. Since there was no evidence, he had no qualms, which made other powerhouses secretly curse at his shamelessness. I arranged an illusion array and lured the evil demons with a large number of 100 beasts Dan, stated Chen Xiang dismissively. Where did you arrange the illusion array? W.A.N.G. Quan was extremely suspicious. Although he didn't find anything wrong with those demon hearts, he still had suspicions that Chen Xiang killed his apprentice because the demon hearts of his other apprentices had still not surfaced. It was a canyon full of black trees, replied Chen Xiang. Oh, it's called Dark Forest Canyon. It's the only way through which you can get to the Spirit River. If you intercepting them there, it is impossible for Lan Lan to get 78 demon hearts. You are lying, said W.A.N.G. Quan with a cold smile on his lip. Lan Lan was taken aback, for Chen Xiang had spoken the truth. She secretly cursed Chen Xiang for his stupidity. He was actually contradicting her lies. Other powerhouses also secretly wondered. If Chen Xiang had killed one of W.A.N.G. Quan's apprentice, it would really gladden everyone's heart. Chen Xiang shook his head as he heaved a sigh. It took me many days to arrange the illusion array. While I was arranging it, I sure did saw many evil demons pass sing by, but I didn't take any action. Furthermore, my illusion array has limited energy. It could only be used for a very short period of time. I was only able to complete it 2 days ago. Just when the compet 1. Tie-in was about to end, a very powerful evil demon with 50 or so subordinates entered the illusion array. At that time, I activated the illusion array, trapping those guys before killing them one by one. However, the leader of the evil demons was exceptionally strong. Even after all its energy was expended, my illusion array was only able to seriously injure it. Finally, I had to fight with that guy. During our fight, the canyon was destroyed. If you don't believe me, you can go and check it out. At this time, Lon Lon said, when the rounds were just about to end, I indeed felt a lot of movements. There were dragon roars, the ground was shaking, it seems that it was caused by this guy. Emotion and the others also stepped up to testify, one after another. Even Wang Jiquan's eldest apprentice nodded and said, he is speaking the truth. When the round was just about to end, there had been big activities, I think the entire mysterious realm should know of it. Emotion and the others also stepped up to testify, one after another. Even Wang Jiquan's eldest apprentice nodded and said, he is speaking the truth. When the round was just about to end, there had been big activities, I think the entire mysterious realm should know of it. Why don't I see that demon heart? If it's an extremely powerful evil demon, its demon heart will also be different. Wang Jiquan was still a bit skeptical. Chen Xiang heaved a sigh and took out that poisonous Scorpion King's demon heart. Many people were immediately fascinated by its dazzling green glow, in particular, that pure and vast energy. Even those Nirvana realm martial artists were enticed by it. This sure was a treasure. It was quite normal for Chen Xiang to intentionally hide it. Seeing this demon heart, Wang Jiquan couldn't utter a thing. Everyone had a new understanding of Chen Xiang's abilities. Chen Xiang surprisingly knew how to arrange such a powerful illusion array that could entrap so many evil demons at once. Chen Xiang was in no way stupid. If he let Wang Jiquan knew that he had killed Wang Jiquan's two treasured apprentices, maybe Wang Jiquan would not let him part 1p8 in the finals with ease. In order to ensure that he could take the fruit of fortune without anything going wrong, he could not infuriate Wang Jiquan. Looking at this demon heart, the evil demon was extremely powerful, and such a powerful evil demon is actually inside. It's quite possible that your apprentices had encountered this kind of evil demon. It's quite normal for them being unable to escape. Why are suspecting that they have been killed by someone? Surely you don't think your treasured apprentice are sufficiently strong to deal with an evil demon whose strength is close to a Nirvana realm expert? Ridiculed Lian Yingxiao. Humph, why did you not tell us that it was such a dangerous place? If this brat got killed inside, that old madman would throw all caution to the wind and come looking for you to settle the debt, said Gu Dongchen, harumphing coldly. Actually, the most surprised was Lu Menger. She had a good understanding of Chen Xiang. He was a complete ignoramus when it came to arrays, but he was able to arrange an illusion array that was so powerful that it was actually able to entrap an evil demon that was not too far away from entering Nirvana realm. Sun Xueren, Emotion, Lon Lon, and Chen Xiang, you will enter the finals. Sun Xueren will fight with Emotion, Lon Lon will fight with Chen Xiang. The winner of two group will enter the finals. The semi-finals will start after 3 days. Having finished speaking, Wang Jiquan flew away. He was in an extremely bad mood. All of Wang Jiquan's smug calculations had been smashed, and too miserably at that. 3 of his treasured apprentices had been killed, all of whom were very outstanding King's vain martial artists. One of them even had fire spirit. He had boundless prospects, but he had used all his good luck up and died inside. After everyone was done, Chen Xiang left following Gu Dongchen and the others. Others who were at the summit also left flying. What Chen Xiang found funny was that he was truly going to be fighting with Lon Lon, that little girl. He was also feeling a little pressure. Lon Lon was hell-bent on knocking Chen Xiang down. Furthermore, both had good relations. Had Chen Xiang not helped her, she would have ended up at the bottom. Chen Xiang could also not understand why Lon Lon could only get so few while the others were able to get 40 or 50. The fights were going to be held in a huge square inside the Divine Martial Palace. The stage had already been there from way back. At that time, many people would come to watch as it was the compet. 1. Tie-in between extreme state martial artists, moreover, between younger generation, all of whom were famous figures. Lan Lan had no small reputation in the king's mainland because she was from that mysterious and powerful blue blood family. She was strong as well as cute. Many people were paying attention to her. Emotion, he was shrouded in a veil of mystery. No one knew where he came from. All they knew was that he was extremely powerful and had been challenging all the famous younger generation experts of the king's mainland. He himself was a powerful king's vain martial artist. Sun Xuan didn't need any introduction. He was Wan Ji Quan's eldest apprentice. Rumor had it that he was a bloodthirsty killer and had a strange character. No one in the divine martial palace could get along with him. Chen Xiang was quite a famous figure in the mortal world, especially the fact that he had made fun of Tai Ons of many mainlands just recently. Furthermore, he was the champion of King's Mainland Alchemy Tournament where he had demonstrated his Trias alchemy technique. He himself was very strong and also an apprentice of that old madman, Huang Jintian, allowing him to cultivate in Tai Chi subduing dragon exercise, so on and so forth. Therefore, this last round was worth watching, for all four were equal in strength as well as in fame. If they clashed with each other, what would be the result? Everyone was filled with anticipation. King's Martial Arts Assembly was sponsored by the Divine Martial Place. As the organizers, they had even taken out the Fruit of Fortune as a reward. At first, Wan Ji Quan's plan was let his own apprentice compete, but who would have thought that they would actually die? This matter had also turned into a joke and spread far and wide in the king's mainland. Young martial uncle, you are really formidable. You actually know how to arrange arrays, said Gu Dongchen with a smile, looking at Chen Xiang gobbling up the sumptuous dishes on the table like wolves and tigers. There was a skeptical look in his eyes when looking at Chen Xiang. Wu Keiming was also skeptical about it. Chen Xiang's time was invested in cultivation as well as in alchemy. Where would he have the time to learn arranging arrays? Although Gu Dongchen and Wu Keiming didn't know how to forge weapons or refine dawn, they were well versed in arrays. Otherwise, they would have lived in vain, because arranging the arrays was not as complex as forging weapons or refining dawn. As long as one spent a bit of time and effort in it, familiarized themselves with the spirit patterns, and also exchanged pointers a bit, everyone could learn it. How about we make a bet? If I can arrange it, each of you will give me 1 billion crystal stones, okay? Proposed Chen Xiang mischievously. Gu Dongchen and Wu Keiming didn't dignify it with a response. They knew that Chen Xiang would not bet unless he was sure of his win. Tell us the truth, did you kill Wan Ji Quan's other 2 treasured apprentices? Gu Dongchen was extremely curious regarding this. Of course not, Chen Xiang said, smiling. If I had killed them, I would also act like Emotion did and anger that Wan Ji Quan. Unfortunately, I didn't have the luck to encounter his apprentices. Chen Xiang was too lazy to tell them the truth. Until he had obtained the Fruit of Fortune, he absolutely could not divulge this matter. You have so many demon hearts, how are you planning on using them? How about you give them to us to lay out arrays? We have only heard of this kind of things, but never got to see. We never got any demon heart by killing those guys in the 100,000 Devil Mountains. All of them were a bunch of ants, said Gu Dongchen with a smile. Even among brothers accounts should be settled without ambiguity. 100 million for each. After all, I got them by putting my life on the line. If even a single crystal stone is missing, I will not sell. After Chen Xiang got to know of the fearsome part of arrays, he realized the specialty of these demon hearts. They were a lot better than top-grade crystal stones when they were used to arrange the arrays. Having eaten full, Chen Xiang returned to his room to rest. After spending so many days in the mysterious realm, he was really tired. He wanted to maintain his peak state in order to partake 1p8 in the final round. As long as he could get the fruit of fortune, by Yu, that frosty and aloof beauty would give him a kiss, so would Su Meiyao. This was the strongest motivation for him to get the fruit of fortune. I don't know much about Lanlan as well as the Blue Blood family. Little Bald only told me that they are all very powerful King's vain martial artists. As for their ability, he is not sure as well, said Chen Xiang as frown crept up on his brows. During the fight, Chen Xiang could neither use any weapon nor could he employ those devil technique. Most of his strength was somewhat restricted, whereas his opponents were all unfathomable figures. During the fight, Chen Xiang could neither use any weapon nor could he employ those devil technique. Most of his strength was somewhat restricted, whereas his opponents were all unfathomable figures. 2 days before the semifinals began, people from many other mainlands arrived at the King's mainland through the teleportation arrays to watch the finals of this martial arts assembly. Since the establishment of teleportation arrays, there have been frequent exchanges between various mainlands. This was a very good thing for the whole mortal martial world. At this time, various mainlands were bound by a common enemy because they detested the King's mainland for its conduct. Earlier, when their disciples came to compete, they were all sent back, seriously injured. Apart from the Partic 1p ants from King's mainland, only Chen Xiang was able to enter the finals. He was the only outsider who was able to do it. Therefore, many people from other mainlands came to support him. They were even willing to pay exorbitant fees for teleportation in order to support Chen Xiang. "Young martial uncle, someone is here to see you," said Gu Dongchen, knocking on the door. After Chen Xiang opened the door, Gu Dongchen suppressed his voice and said, "The one who came to see you is Mo Tian. You have to be careful, we are not clear of his antecedents." Chen Xiang nodded and arrived at the hall. Ordinary as Mo Tian looked, his strength was no doubt extraordinary. Him killing W.A.N.G. Quan's apprentice and still dare to rub it in on W.A.N.G. Quan's face clearly indicated that he had a very rich and powerful background. Seeing Chen Xiang arrive, Mo Tian slightly smiled. "You don't have to introduce yourself, I only came here to tell you something." A puzzled look covered Chen Xiang's entire face. "Please say." The smile on Mo Tian's face immediately disappeared and was replaced by a worried look as he said, "Chen Xiang, to tell you the truth, in a right situation, I cannot defeat Sun Xueren. As the eldest apprentice of W.A.N.G. Quan, he is extremely strong. I had a little run-in with him in the mysterious realm." Chen Xiang was taken aback. He didn't expect Mo Tian would come here to tell him this. There are 3 strongest forces in the King's mainland: Blue Blood family, Wu clan, and the Divine Martial Palace, of which Divine Martial Palace is known to many, but Blue Blood family and Wu clan are very inconspicuous. Chen Xiang nodded in agreement. He had been informed of all this by Wu Kaming earlier. Mo Tian said, lowering his voice, "Lanlan is from Blue Blood family, and I am sent by the Wu clan. The winner of King's Martial Arts Assembly will get one more reward besides the Divine Martial Palace's Fruit of Fortune. I am not sure what this reward is, but my patriarch told me that this reward could make even the Nirvana realm martial artists go crazy. Therefore, in order to win, the Divine Martial Palace is willing to do anything, because they are the organizers." Surprisingly, Mo Tian came from Wu clan. Earlier, Chen Xiang felt it strange as to why Wu clan hadn't sent anyone. He never thought this Mo Tian would be hiding so deeply, even in day-to-day life. Even Wu Kaming wasn't aware of his real identity. "My mother is from Wu clan, but I am not a lineal descendant of Wu clan. However, I do have Wu clan's blood flowing in me. You don't need to be surprised by this. All the finalists should know about King's Martial Arts Assembly's secret, that's why I came to tell you this." Chen Xiang asked, "Why are you so unconfident about yourself?" Mo Tian shook his head as he pursed his lips into a smile. Sun Xueren is in the intermediate stage of spirit martial realm. More importantly, he had also fused a very powerful martial soul with his arm. After having fused with that martial soul, he can transform his arm into a powerful weapon. Apparently, there were two kinds of martial souls. One was something you cultivate out by yourself, and another one was fusion type. As for its mystery, Chen Xiang hadn't experienced it and hence knew nothing about it clearly. When competing, it's a life and death battle. At that time, I will persist for some time so that you can see his martial soul's form. Last time, before he could use it, I fled. Otherwise, I won't be standing here and talking to you. Mo Tian was very much afraid of doing nothing in regards to that martial soul. Chen Xiang asked, confused, "Why do you want to do this?" Mo Tian smiled and said, "Because I think you are nice. You can actually kill W.A.N. Ji Quan's 2 apprentices. If I'm not mistaken, you must have given a large part of demon hearts to that blue blood family Missy. This girl is also very strong, however, she doesn't have any patience. Looking for evil demons is not her strong point." Chen Xiang didn't admit. He just smiled. "At present, I still don't know if I can win against that blue blood family Missy." Mo Tian spread his hands in response. "It depends on you. I just hope that after you have gotten the mysterious rewards, you can tell me what it is. I am very curious." "This is not a problem." There was a slight smile on Chen Xiang's face, but he was feeling a heaviness weighing down on him because Sun Xueren was far stronger than he had imagined. Originally, he used to think that Sun Xueren was just as strong as Wan Xian and Gong Sunjia, but it was nothing of that sort. After Chen Xiang sent off Mo Tian, Wu Keiming and Gong Sunjia appeared in Chen Xiang's room. "Did you hear everything?" asked Chen Xiang, shrugging his shoulders. "Of course. I never thought this kid would actually be from the Wu clan. Even I wasn't aware of it. Although I didn't confirm it, I believe him," replied Wu Keiming. Gu Dongchen nodded and said, "That's right." Seeing W.A.N. Ji Quan having no scruples about anything, I knew that there was something special about this king's martial arts assembly. I am really curious about that last reward. Although the king's martial arts assembly is organized by the Divine Martial Palace, it's a grand meet of entire king's mainland. As for what that mysterious reward is, I can't think of anything," said Wu Keiming. He had not returned to the Wu clan for some time. As such, he could be considered as someone who had cut ties with the Wu clan. So, if he returned, he would surely become the target of much criticism. "Maybe that old madman knows, but we can't return at this point. We will think about it after you have defeated that little girl," said Gu Dongchen. In the blink of an eye, 2 days said by. Chen Xiang and Lanlan were first to fight. The Divine Martial Palace's square was already jam-packed. Because the square was inside the Divine Martial Palace, anyone who wants to enter had to pay an entry fee, allowing the Divine Martial Palace to make a fortune. That little rascal is going up. I really have not expected his opponent to be a cute little beauty. Maybe he would not be able to attack her, said Huan Xianyue as she broke into a melodious laughter. That's unlikely, his final target is that fruit of fortune. Lu Menger had a pretty good understanding of Chen Xiang. After Lanlan went up the stage, a group of people among the audience were secretly depressed on behalf of Chen Xiang. Facing such a cute little girl, it sure would be awkward when it was time to exchanging blows. "Chen Xiang, don't blame me, I must win," stated Lanlan seriously. "If you lost, will you hate me?" asked Chen Xiang. "If I lost, there would be nothing to discuss, nor would there be anything to hate. I can only say that I am not good as you, and it's just a matter of course," replied Lanlan. Chen Xiang considered Lanlan as one of his friends, and the same was true for Lanlan. It sure was rare to have a good hearty fight with a friend. In order to have no regrets later, Chen Xiang and Lan Lan had decided to not go easy on each other during the fight just because they were friends, because they believed that it would be an insult to their friends. Hi+P. Chen Xiang doesn't know much Lan Lan abilities, and he only knows that she's quite agile and proficient in hiding. Chen Xiang doesn't know much Lan Lan abilities, and he only knows that she's quite agile and proficient in hiding. Ji Quan looks forward to Chen Xiang and Lan Lan fight ending with both of them heavily wounded, so that his eldest disciple can have a higher chance of attaining victory and getting that mysterious reward. Starts, Ji Quan shouted. The instant he announced the start of the fight, the audience sensed an extremely strange energy fluctuation. The body of Lan Lan emitted a strange blue light before suddenly vanished. Hi+ing. Stealth? It seems like this is a special innate talent of those from the blue blood family, but every person of them has a different innate talent. Wu Kaming said, astonished. There is only Chen Xiang in the stage. Facing such situation, Chen Xiang can't help sweating a bit, because he cannot sense the presence Lan Lan at all, and even Long Shui cannot sense her, as if Lan Lan suddenly went far away from the stage. Even Ji Quan and the Divine Martial Palace's elders are extremely surprised from this. They are sure that Lan Lan didn't leave this stage. The stage is covered with all kinds of arrays, and they can immediately know from them if she left the stage. Schwerin, this is the blue blood family innate talent ability. Can you deal with it? Ji Quan asked in a low voice. The man, which as thin as a corpse, which standing behind him coldly said, I can. Suddenly, Chen Xiang heard Lan Lan mischievous laughing, before experiencing an extremely scalding pain from his back. The impact from the attack he received made his body fly away. Chen Xiang hastily tried recovering his balance, and forced himself to fall to the ground. If he let himself fly away from the stage, then he will lose the qualification of continuing on. I didn't sense her presence even when she was attacking you. That little girl is capable of perfectly hiding her presence. Long Shui gloomily said, this is the first time she encountered such situation. Chen Xiang is quickly running back and forth on the stage. He's tried to stall for time until he finds a way to deal with her stealth ability. However, he didn't run around for long before his cheek received a strong punch from her. The energy contained in her fist isn't fire, but it still let him feel an unbearable scalding pain. A red mark appeared in Chen Xiang. His fleshly body is extremely valiant, but even so, she still left a mark in me. From this point, it can be seen how terrifying was Lan Lan attack. Many Nirvana realm expert put themselves in Chen Xiang's shoes, and thought how can they deal with such situation, if they faced an enemy proficient in stealth, and they can't help but feel a chill down their back when they imagine the outcome. A person with an innate talent such as Lan Lan can definitely become a top-notch assassin. Lan Lan's strength is only in the spirit martial realm, but even Nirvana realm martial artists can't sense her presence, and from this point, it can be seen how terrifying is her innate talent. You should try using heart-penetrating devil eye. Don't release its devil light and simply condense it in your pupils. Use this way to pinpoint her heart position. Bai Yu said. While using heart-penetrating devil eye, he can fuse his divine sense with his true chi, and through a mysterious way, he can condense his strength in his eyes. This will permit him to see his opponent's heart and heavily injure him by piercing through his heart with its terrifying devil light. Hua Xiangyue and Lu Menjie are watching this fight from a pavilion. This pavilion is the place which the Divine Martial Palace provided for some expert to observe the matches. Lu Menjie took a look at Hua Xiangyue and saw her shaking her head. I can't sense her position. It will be extremely difficult for that little rascal to win this match. Chen Xiang received another attack from her. Lan Lan is using her extreme speed to attack Chen Xiang from all directions by punching and kicking him. Little sister Lan, you are truly ruthless, said Chen Xiang, while wiping off the bloodstain in the corners of his mouth. I'm older than you, so you should address me as Big Sister Lan. Lan Lan cutely snorted and said before continuing crazily attacking Chen Xiang. What is the most terrifying about her is that while her attacks are extremely powerful, they don't leave any fluctuation or traces. 3. If an invisible person attacked you with an extremely powerful technique, you would definitely end up heavily injured if not dead. Chen Xiang depended upon his black tortoise Luo Tian cover to preserve this long, and it's already amazing that he still wasn't kicked out of the stage. After using a period of time to adapt to it, Chen Xiang already can condense the heart-penetrating devil light in his eyes. Other peoples can only see that his eyes turned blood red. His eyes are currently like a ruby, and they seem extremely scary. Almost all people jumped from fright after seeing Chen Xiang devil-like blood-red eyes, but although his eyes seems extremely evil, they didn't disperse any aura at all. Chen Xiang saw a fresh heart moving all around before him, and according to this heart position, he's able to imagine Lan Lan figure in his mind. She's truly agile. Chen Xiang saw that heart rush. Plussing over to him, so he quickly tried to dodge it, but in the end, his face still suffered another punch. Lan Lan was startled a bit because Chen Xiang had tried to evade her attack. I can see you. Chen Xiang laughed and said, and immediately after the stage started trembling, a wild glow appeared above Chen Xiang's fists. It's the famous and terrifying dragon force. Chen Xiang immediately used his strongest strength, and from this point, it can be seen how important is this compet. 1. Tie into him. He saw that heart rush. Plussing over him, but this time, he's already ready. He shouted in a low voice, and several thick water vines emerged from the ground and quickly twined around Lan Lan. Lan Lan thought that Chen Xiang was only bluffing, so she was extremely surprised when she discovered those vines trying to bind her, and although she knows why Chen Xiang's eyes turned blood red, but she didn't expect that he can this accurately pinpoint her position. The audience took a look at the place where the water vines emerged, and after they saw an empty space inside, they knew that Chen Xiang had caught Lan Lan. A blue glow emerged in the water vine's middle, and after its appearance, the water vines started gradually inflating, and it seems as if they will soonly explode. However, the time which Chen Xiang need to prepare isn't long. He only need a short while to release his strongest power and attack his enemy. Lan Lan, which is trying to get rid of the water vines, suddenly sensed a light breeze rush. Plussing over her, and she can't help quietly cursing after sensing it, because Chen Xiang's fists which contain his terrifying dragon force are already rush. Plussing toward her. Chen Xiang can pinpoint her head position according to her heart position. His fists accurately bombarded Lan Lan's forehead, and in several instances, he already punched her hundreds times. The audience can only hear the unceasing cry of pain of Lan Lan, and they truly feel pity for her. A light blue glow suddenly appeared before Lan Lan's stealth skill ended. Her small face is already swollen red, and many spots of it already become green. Her cute big eyes are glittering with tears. Her pitiful and miserable appearance let the audience can't help quietly cursing the cruel and merciless Chen Xiang. Bastard! Lan Lan shouted, and suddenly after, the water vines tying dispersed into water mist. She used her jade-white fist to comfort Chen Xiang's fists. Their confrontation gives rise to a strong explosion, and their chi fluctuation even broke through the array and rushed to the sky and cut the thick layers of cloud in half. Chen Xiang was shaken back by her mystical strength, but Lan Lan didn't fare better than him. Her mouth is filled with blood, and she just spouted a mouthful of blood, and now she's kneeling at the edge of the stage. Rubbing his fist, Chen Xiang swiftly walked towards Lan Lan. Only now did he realize that Lan Lan's attack and defense would be halved under her invisibility state. Having stopped the Chen Xiang's crazed attack filled with dragon force, Lan Lan had suffered no small injuries. Rubbing his fist, Chen Xiang swiftly walked towards Lan Lan. Only now did he realize that Lan Lan's attack and defense would be halved under her invisibility state. Having stopped the Chen Xiang's crazed attack filled with dragon force, Lan Lan had suffered no small injuries. Not to mention dragon force, even if Chen Xiang had utilized just universe true qi to attack, it would still be terribly powerful. Just that last punch of Lan Lan may have injured Chen Xiang, but her own injuries were even more serious because her punch was very powerful. However, half the power of her punch was returned with the countershock from Chen Xiang's dragon force, doubling the attack on her. At this moment, she secretly regretted using her invisibility talent. Had she gone head-to-head with Chen Xiang, she might have a greater chance of winning. Of course, had it not for Chen Xiang been able to see her heart, Chen Xiang himself didn't know how miserable he would have been oppressed by her. Lan Lan was in no way weak, it was just that she had underestimated Chen Xiang. She had never thought Chen Xiang would be able to see through her invisibility technique. Lan Lan raised her head with difficulty. On her black and blue face, a resentful look was quite evident. She nibbled her lips as she had no choice but to watch the oncoming Chen Xiang. "Junior sister Lan, I'm sorry." Chen Xiang broke into a laughter as he waved a palm towards the lying Lan Lan, bursting forth with a sudden gust of wind that blew towards the powerless Lan Lan and blew her down the arena. The throwing off Lan Lan marked Chen Xiang's win. And Chen Xiang's sudden reversal also came as a surprise to the onlookers. When everyone was still terrified by that invisibility technique of Lanlan's, Chen Xiang had broken Lanlan's innate ability and subsequently defeated her. Be that as it may, everyone was still inexplicably terrified of Lan Lan because only Chen Xiang was able to deal with her invisibility technique. A vast majority of the audience couldn't, even those Nirvana realm martial artists couldn't. At this time, they recalled that red-eyed ability of Chen Xiang. Evidently, Chen Xiang was able to see Lan Lan after he had employed that technique. After an elder announced Chen Xiang as the winner, it was Mo Tian and Sun Xueren's turn to fight. Whoever won in this match would face Chen Xiang in the finals. Therefore, everyone also wanted to see how powerful they were. Carrying Lan Lan in his arms, Chen Xiang arrived at the pavilion where Gu Dongchen and Wu Keiming was in and fed a small piece of Hel spirit GRASS to her. At the same time, he applied a concoction refined from some Hel spirit GRASS on her face so that she could recover quickly. "Humph, I giving them back to you." Lan Lan handed a storage pouch to Chen Xiang. Chen Xiang didn't need to look to know that there were demon hearts inside. They truly trusted each other, and as such, saw each other as their best friends. Taking the demon hearts, Chen Xiang laughed and said, "Junior sister Lan, do you hate me?" Lan Lan let out a harumph before speaking. "I lost to you not because I was not as strong as you, but because I didn't consider that you can see through my invisibility technique. Quickly take care of your injuries as well, you are also injured." Chen Xiang smiled before swallowing a few white jade dawn. He was cultivating suppressing devil golden body, and his own body was also in the 13th level of immortal and devil body. His recovery speed was very fast, eating a few white jade dawn would cure him easily. Lan Lan was in no mood to watch the match anymore and left the Divine Martial Palace, for she had lost pretty miserably, and remained unconvinced at that. However, she did promise Chen Xiang that she would come to watch the finals. At this instance, Ji Quan's eldest apprentice, Sun Xueren, stepped onto the stage, and as luxurious clothes he might be wearing, he looked no different than a very luxuriously dressed-up corpse. His pale and stiff face, along with his ice-cold gaze, terrified the onlookers. Chen Xiang suspected that Sun Xueren was definitely cultivating a certain kind of martial exercise that turned him into this. Mo Tian also walked up to the stage. Many people didn't know Mo Tian's ident. 1. Tai, but Chen Xiang knew he was from Wu Clan, and since he could arrive at this step, his strength was extraordinary for sure. He was someone who had killed one of Ji Quan's apprentice and still dared to show it off in front of Jiquan. This was all because he had Wu Clan standing behind him. What on earth Sun Xueren's martial soul is? Wu Kaming's curiosity was also piqued. He had a pretty good idea about Wu Clan disciples, and someone who could force Mo Tian to admit that he didn't have a bit chance of winning sure was extremely strong. Standing next to Gu Dongchen and the others, Chen Xiang watched closely. A martial artist could breed an innate martial soul in the extreme state soul martial realm, and then cultivate it to the extreme, and could get a very strong power through the martial soul or fuse the martial soul with the martial technique. An innate martial soul was also called natal martial soul and was bred out by the martial artist himself, whereas a fused martial soul was called acquired martial soul. The fire martial soul that Chen Xiang had previously sold was a kind of acquired martial soul. The acquired martial soul was also very fearsome. That kind of martial souls was as precious and as powerful as fire spirits. At this time, Chen Xiang, who was keeping an eye out on Jiquan, noticed a ruthless look on Jiquan's face. His fists also happened to be clenched tightly. At a glance, Chen Xiang was sure that Jiquan had ordered Sun Xueren to kill Mo Tian. Having lost 3 of his apprentices, Jiquan was only suppressing the grudge in his heart. Once he had the chance, he would take revenge for sure. Whereas Mo Tian had admitted killing his apprentice in front of a lot of people. Though he could not do anything whatsoever, as the Honorable Hall Lord of Divine Martial Palace, he felt constantly aggrieved. "Start!" shouted Jiquan coldly. From the start of the match, Mo Tian had always been standing at the edge of the arena. From just one glance, it was quite evident that he was ready to step down the arena and throw in the towel any time. Sun Xueren surely noticed Mo Tian's intentions. However, as Jiquan had asked him to kill Mo Tian, he could not allow Mo Tian to admit defeat. Mo Tian didn't attack. In fact, he didn't dare to approach Sun Xueren. Seeing this, the onlookers broke into boos, but Mo Tian didn't take it to his heart. He knew he couldn't defeat Sun Xueren. All he could do was let Chen Xiang finish everything. Humph! Sun Xueren lightly harumphed. However, listening to that harumph, everyone felt an inexplicable fear. Suddenly, a mass of black shadows appeared from underneath his feet before it started rotating at high speed. A strange scene suddenly appeared. Mo Tian, who was originally standing at the edge, was slowly being pulled towards Mo Tian with the rotation of the black shadows underneath Sun Xueren's feet. And no matter how Mo Tian retreated, no matter how he jumped back, it was all for naught. He was being pulled by Sun Xueren bit by bit. "Go to Hell!" shouted Sun Xueren in a rigid voice as he stretched his left hand out. Whereupon black qi, filled with death and blood stench, immediately gushed out of his arm. When the spectators around the arena sensed it, they felt as if they were about to die. The black qi dispersed with a shake of Sun Xueren's left arm, but the next scene caused the onlooker's scalp to tingle. Sun Xueren's left arm had transformed into bones, very thick bones as if they belonged to a giant beast. And his palm had also turned into a huge, powerful bone claw. The tips of the claw were extremely sharp, and a black evil qi was plusing out from them. It appeared extremely terrifying. At this moment, everyone was petrified as they watched that terrifying giant skeleton claw plusing towards Mo Tian's head, holding their breath. Chen Xiang's eyes were also open wide. His divine sense was extremely strong, and thus, he could sense the fearsome power on that claw. This was the acquired martial soul that Sun Xueren had fused with his arm? Mo Tian had a little run-in with Sun Xueren in the evil demon mysterious realm, and at that time, he had realized Sun Xueren's army was very frightening, and now, he got to see its true form. Mo Tian had a little run-in with Sun Xueren in the evil demon mysterious realm, and at that time, he had realized Sun Xueren's army was very frightening, and now, he got to see its true form. The huge skeletal claw, which was also permeating death chi, was giving a diabolical feeling to everyone. But it was well matched with Sun Xueren's appearance. Mo Tian didn't dare to come in contact with that skeletal claw, because he had a premonition that if he touched that giant skeletal claw, he may die. At this moment, he felt like he was struggling at the edge of life and death. Seeing that giant skeletal claw rust, Hi+ing over, Mo Tian let out a stern roar as a white aura broke out from his body, forming Hi+ELD in front of his body. In response, Sun Xueren pursed his lips into a cold and stiff smile, but the claw continued on its path to Mo Tian. Although that white light Hi+ELD was blocking him, when his claw touched the Hi+ELD, it wasn't subjected to any kind of obstruction whatsoever. With that black whirlpool underneath Sun Xueren's feet, hauling Mo Tian continuously, Mo Tian was simply unable to escape. He had never heard or seen this kind of strange move. Death whirl, this is but a kind of devil technique. I never thought W.A.N. Ji Quan's apprentice would have actually fallen in devil path. However, in ancient times, many righteous path experts have learned devil technique. In fact, this isn't prohibited at all, as long as you don't do anything that is against nature and reason. A serious look was evident on Wu Keiming's face. Mo Tian was his Wu clan disciple, and had the same blood as him. And now, he was facing danger. That skeletal claw's tips were already on Mo Tian's face. And just as they came in contact with his skin, a terrifying change took place on Mo Tian's face. He actually got older. Earlier, he was just a young man, but now he looked like a middle-aged man. Mo Tian was shocked and terrified before a violent burst of energy surged out from Mo Tian's body, followed by a loud explosion that gave rise a burst of gale and chi waves. A glaring white light flashed from the center of the arena, blinding everyone, making them unable to see what was going on. Meanwhile, a fierce shockwave along with continuous rumbles spread from the arena as if the entire square was about to collapse. Very soon, the white light disappeared as Sun Xueren defending his head with that huge skeletal claw came into everyone's view. Sun Xueren was slightly crouching. His hair was a mess, his clothes in shambles, and there was a bit of blood left at the corner of his lips. Mo Tian, on the other hand, was slowly crawling on the arena and had already arrived at its edge. And when Sun Xueren came to notice that, Mo Tian had already crawled his way down the arena. Mo Tian wasn't dead, yet Wu Keiming heaved a long sigh of regret. Although Mo Tian life can be saved, he is crippled. He had exploded his own dantian so that he could release a burst of energy. If at that time Sun Xueren didn't defend, he would have suffered serious injuries. This was but Ubali's Hi+ing his own cultivation, which needed a huge amount of courage. Chen Xiang and Wu Keiming had already rushed over to Mo Tian, after which, Chen Xiang fed a piece of H.E.L. spirit GRA.SS to Mo Tian. Currently, Mo Tian was still very much conscious. Mo Tian grabbed Chen Xiang's clothes and said in a faltering voice, "Brother Chen, did you see? You absolutely cannot let this fiend get the final reward, or else, there will be no end of trouble in the future." Having finished this sentence, Mo Tian closed his eyes as he went unconscious. At this moment, he had become a lot older, his hair had turned gray. His vitality was also very weak. Apparently, Sun Xueren's skeletal claw could not only steal someone's lifespan, it could also absorb his or her vitality. Looking at that giant diabolical skeletal claw, the Type OONS from other mainlands broke into a discussion, frowning. Using this kind of devil technique so openly made many people feel extremely disgusted. At this moment, Sun Xueren was like a devil from H.E.L. in everyone's opinion. Standing in the arena, Overlooking Chen Xiang with a high and mighty stance, Sun Xueren's eyes flickered with murderous intention. That giant skeletal claw of his had already reverted back to his arm. However, it was quite evident that the martial soul he had fused with was extremely evil and powerful. In just a short span of time, Mo Tian was defeated. Furthermore, he still had to blow his own dantian to save his own life. From now on, he was just a cripple, which for such a talented martial artist was a pretty big blow. Next was the final match between Chen Xiang and Sun Xueren. Many people could not help but worry about Chen Xiang, but at the same time, they hoped Chen Xiang could knock Sun Xueren out. That's a martial soul for sure, but I don't know its antecedents. Furthermore, Sun Xueren is also cultivating some devil techniques. Lu Menger's eyebrows twitched as she said. Hua Xiangyue was also feeling the same as her. Both were secretly worried about Chen Xiang. They had never seen such a terrifying attack. If Sun Xueren was a Nirvana realm expert, many people won't be able to sleep because many people noticed that the devil technique that Sun Xueren was cultivating very likely needed to absorb the others. Sun Xueren wins and advances to the final round. After 3 days, he will fight with Chen Xiang right here. It will also be the final fight of the King's Martial Arts Assembly, announced W.A.N. Ji Quan in a loud voice. He was extremely disappointed that Mo Tian wasn't dead. Watching Sun Xueren getting down from the arena, Chen Xiang clenched his fist. He gave a meaningful glance to Gu Dongchen before leaving with him, whereas Wu Kaming flew away, carrying Mo Tian in his arms. Everyone also left the Divine Martial Palace one by one. However, their minds were covered in a haze. In their mind, the scene of Sun Xueren using that giant terrifying skeletal claw to absorb Mo Tian's life was being constantly played. Everyone felt a chill running down their spine whenever they recalled this scene. Devil. That's the name that everyone gave to Sun Xueren. Following Gu Dongchen, Chen Xiang returned to the extreme martial sect through the teleportation array. Chen Xiang wanted to go to the forbidden area inside the extreme martial mysterious realm and ask Huang Jintian about that martial soul of Sun Xueren. W.A.N. Ji Quan and Huang Jintian were from the same era. Chen Xiang reckoned that Huang Jintian definitely knew something. He believed that W.A.N. Ji Quan must have given that martial soul to Sun Xueren, or else Sun Xueren would not be so obedient to W.A.N. Ji Quan. I will head down, asking Gu Dongchen to wait for him here. Chen Xiang jumped inside the sinkhole. Seeing Chen Xiang arrive, a serious look appeared on Huang Jintian's face. He had realized something serious must have occurred. However, he still broke into that maniac laughter of his and said, "Brat, what happened at the King's Martial Arts Assembly? Did you just lose and came here? That's too disappointing." Chen Xiang showed forbearance and said, "Teacher, you are also looking down on me. I didn't lose, however. I have encountered some trouble and want your advice. There is still 3 days before the final round starts. The guy I am up against is extremely powerful and is also using some evil martial technique." Touching his beard, Huang Jintian laughed and said, "Hold on, first tell me about your experience of Partik. 1p. Aiding in the King's Martial Arts Assembly. I want to know everything, I am bored to death here." Chen Xiang remained patient and carefully recounted his own experience of Partik. 1p. Aiding in the King's Martial Arts Assembly. He also told Huang Jintian about him killing 2 of W.A.N. Ji Quan's apprentices. After listening to everything, Huang Jintian had a solemn look on his face. Chen Xiang asked a few times but he still didn't get an answer. Furthermore, Huang Jintian's shriveled old fists were also clenched tightly. After a moment, Huang Jintian relaxed as he heaved a heavy sigh. "Sure enough, it just as I thought. That W.A.N. Ji Quan has really gone crazy." Chapter 437, Evil Skeleton Martial Soul. Chapter 437 Evil Skeleton Martial Soul. Chen Xiang had realized that Huang Jintian definitely knew something about that martial soul from Huang Jintian's expression. "Teacher, how much do you know about that martial soul?" asked Chen Xiang. If he were to come to know about the weakness of that martial soul, there would be much less pressure on him. Having witnessed Sun Xueren's methods, Chen Xiang was also feeling a bit terrified. Mo Tian was just scratched by the tip of that claw, and he turned into a middle-aged man in the blink of an eye. Thinking of this, Chen Xiang felt his scalp tingle. That martial soul is called Evil Skeleton Martial Soul. Although he just wanted to fuse with his arm, he would lose control to that Evil Skeleton Martial Soul as he gets stronger. That Evil Skeleton Martial Soul would spread to his entire body, turning him into a huge skeleton that will have nothing but evil consciousness, replied Huang Jintian as his face lined with frowns. "I don't recommend you to fight with him. You better reconsider it." Chen Xiang pondered for a bit before continuing with his questions. "Teacher, where did that Evil Skeleton Martial Soul come from?" Huang Jintian heaved a long sigh. "It's a relic from the last 3 realms' great battle 100,000 years ago. An expert of King's mainland had captured a devil, and he got that martial soul after killing it. I think that man should be the guy who founded the Divine Martial Palace. In the past, when Ji Quan took it out to show it off, we advised him to destroy it, but who would have expected him to actually use it on his own apprentice? Forfeit?" Chen Xiang was very reluctant to give up. Having arrived at this point, all that remained was the final battle, after which he could get the fruit of fortune. "Teacher, I want to give it a try. I am cultivating suppressing devil divine exercise and have cultivated out suppressing devil golden body. I should be able to restrain that evil thing," said Chen Xiang. Earlier, Huang Jintian had also thought of this. Eventually, he nodded, agreeing. "If you can restrain it, you better destroy that Evil Skeleton Martial Soul for good. You don't need to have scruples about killing Ji Quan's eldest apprentice. However, you have to be careful about one thing. If you can't do it, you must try to escape. I think you should be able to do it." Chen Xiang believed if he relied on the fusion with Long Xue's power, he should be able to break through Sun Xueren's death whirl. "Teacher, do you know what that mysterious reward is?" asked Chen Xiang, curious. "It should be the permission to enter King's mysterious realm. As for what's inside, I am not sure. I once heard it from a Blue Bloods family old man. He was also the grandfather of that Lon that you have spoken of. I didn't expect he is actually dead. He should have died while crossing tribulation." Huang Jintian heaved a sigh once again. "King's mysterious realm?" Chen Xiang was a little taken aback. Not everyone can go inside. Even the Taik OONS of King's mainland can't go in. Therefore, it's very mysterious. If you can get in, hey, that would be tantamount to a slap in Divine Martial Palace's face, because the actual residents of King's mainland couldn't go in, but you, an outsider, could. Chen Xiang was in even more antic. 1 Asian of the King's mysterious realm. Because he was pressed for time, Chen Xiang immediately left after asking some things. Now, he already knew the antecedents of that martial soul, but it did not give him any kind of advantage whatsoever. Now, he could only hope that the suppressing devil Yuan Qi could restrain Sun Xueren's evil skeleton power. After having left the forbidden area, Chen Xiang returned to the extreme Dan King courtyard, where he rested for a day. After the fight with Lon, he was also a bit tired. Casting Dragon Force with his current strength was very taxing. His consumption of true Qi was very fast. After he had used Dragon Force to stop Lon, he had consumed a greater part of true Qi. There was still a day before the finals. After having seen Sun Xueren's strength, many people weren't that confident about Chen Xiang because Mo Tian was also very strong, and yet he was forced to blow up his dantian to save his own life. Many people believed Chen Xiang was just a little bit stronger than Emotion. Chen Xiang and Gu Dongchen arrived at the king's mainland. Just as they arrived, they saw Wu Kaming appear before them with a solemn look on his face. Lan Lan has been grievously injured by someone, said Wu Kaming. Where is she now? Asked Chen Xiang as his face lined with froze. Lan Lan was very strong. She may have been injured by him that day, but his H.E.L. spirit GRS had already made Lan Lan recover at an Astoni's HI plus ing speed. I have left her to Lu Menger and Hua Xiangyue. Hua Xiangyue has fed her dawn, but she is still unconscious, replied Wu Kaming. Chen Xiang and Gu Dongchen immediately followed Wu Kaming to a building, where Lu Menger and Hua Xiang were holding Lanlan's wrist, healing Lanlan with their true qi. Lanlan was lying on a bed. Her cute little face was as pale as a corpse. Chen Xiang could sense that Lanlan's vitality was very weak. It's Sun Xueren work, said Chen Xiang in a heavy tone. He was furious because he reckoned that Sun Xueren must have attacked Lanlan to ask her where she got those demon hearts. It was impossible for W.A.N.G. Quan to believe Lanlan. Therefore, he must have asked Sun Xueren to do this so ruthlessly. Her injuries are not a big deal, however. Her vitality is getting weaker. If the soul doesn't get any vitality, it would leave the body. You have to quickly think of some way, said Hua Xiangyue anxiously. Seeing the calm yet afraid look on Chen Xiang's face, she knew Chen Xiang was furious. Chen Xiang took out a jade bottle and let Lu Menger open it over Lanlan's mouth before pouring a drop of crystal-like golden liquid. It was the golden dragon saliva that had a huge amount of vitality, one in it. This was also what Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu had advised him to do. Just as the golden dragon saliva entered Lanlan's mouth, Lanlan's complexion immediately became ruddier, but very soon she once again began to lose her vitality. Feed her another drop. Elder Wu, help out a bit, will you? There is a Ma.S of death chi in this little girl's body, which is madly engulfing her vitality. Only when that Ma.S of death chi is expelled can this kid be saved, said Hua Xiangyue. Gu Dongchen and Wu Kaming nodded. They could see that Chen Xiang and Lanlan had pretty good relations. Lu Menger lifted Lanlan's tender body so that Lanlan's back was facing Wu Kaming and Gu Dongchen. Whereupon Gu Dongchen and Wu Kaming pressed their palm on Lanlan's back. Hua Xiangyue and Lu Menger also held Lanlan's palm with their jade-like palms. Start, said Hua Xiangyue in a low voice. With the joint effort of 4 Nirvana realm experts, that Ma.S of death chi dispersed and was then subsequently expelled out of Lanlan's body as they pour their true chi into Lanlan's body. Black chi immediately emerged from Lanlan's body before she let out a painful groan. Presently 4 Taik OONS were pouring their true chi and divine sense into her body. It was impossible for her to not feel any pain. However, she also benefited from this misfortune. Her meridians became thicker and dear because of this. Furthermore, many of her finer meridians were also bypassed. All right. Lu Menger heaved a light sigh as she let Lanlan lie flat on the bed. Feed her another drop, said Lu Menger to Chen Xiang. Chen Xiang had a lot of golden dragon saliva. He would certainly not be parsimonious about it. However, this kind of golden liquid made the 4 Nirvana realm experts envious once again. They all knew that this kind of essence was an extreme treasure. Just a drop was sufficient enough for someone to quickly recover from his deathbed. Of course, they didn't know that it was Chen Xiang's special saliva, which he had congealed inside his mouth through a divine exercise. Chen Xiang, that Sun Xueren's evil techniques are very strong, you have to be careful, exhorted Lu Menger. Although she wanted to persuade Chen Xiang to forfeit, she understood Chen Xiang pretty well. If Chen Xiang believed he could win, any amount of persuasion would all be useless. Looking at Lu Menger's pretty eyes filled with concern and worry, Wu Keiming immediately realized that Chen Xiang's and Lu Menger's relation wasn't that simple. In the previous chapter 1 have used elemental life force, vitality, and that is both the same thing. Ever since Lu Menger had successfully crossed 7th Nirvana tribulation, she no longer S.H.I plus ed away from Chen Xiang. It was just that Chen Xiang was too busy to be intimate with her. Ever since Lu Menger had successfully crossed 7th Nirvana tribulation, she no longer S.H.I plus ed away from Chen Xiang. It was just that Chen Xiang was too busy to be intimate with her. Very soon, Lanlan woke up. Seeing Chen Xiang and the others by her side, she immediately understood that her little life had been saved by these group of people. Just a moment ago, she may have been unconscious, but she was still a little bit awake. She could sense 4 very strong streams of true qi flowing into her body. Your Lan family is really something. They actually let a kid like you run away. Moreover, even after looking for so long, I can't find even a single member of your Lan family. Wu Keiming heaved a sigh. Lan slightly smiled as she thanked in a feeble voice, "Thank you, seniors." Touching Lanlan's cheeks, Hua Xiangyu burst into a tender laugh as she said, "If you want to thank this scoundrel, otherwise you would have lost your life a long time ago." Lu Menger was slightly jealous, even though she knew Chen Xiang and Lanlan were just friends. "It was Sun Xueren, am I right?" asked Chen Xiang calmly. Lanlan shook her head as she replied, "I don't know, I didn't see anyone. When something pierced my body, and I felt I was about to die, someone asked me where I got those demon hearts. When I was just passing by, I felt a very dense evil qi, so I went there to look, only to see this little girl lying on the ground. Only Sun Xueren could be so audacious in the king's city. Furthermore, this kind of attack was very similar to his," stated Wu Keiming. "It was Chen Xiang who gave those demon hearts to Lanlan, owing to which Lanlan had suffered Sun Xueren's attack and had almost died, which made Chen Xiang furious. Nevertheless, he looked extremely calm. Hua Xiangyue said, "Chen Xiang, to be honest, I and Menger can't think of any method to deal with that attack of Sun Xueren's. If Sun Xueren was as strong as us, even we can only choose to escape. If you fought with him, it would be very dangerous." Chen Xiang said dismissively, "He is still not as strong as you." The moment he had chosen to fuse with the evil skeleton martial soul, he was doomed to never enter the Nirvana realm. Evil skeleton martial soul? I think I have heard my parents mention it once that there was a guy named Devil Lord Evil Skeleton during the Great Battle of 3 Realms 100,000 years ago. Rumor has it that this Devil Lord Evil Skeleton had forged his flesh and blood into a powerful skeleton by cultivating a devil technique, which let him have an immortal body," said Lu Menger, surprised. Chen Xiang nodded. "I have a sense of proportion, you don't need to worry about me. Junior sister Lan, have a good rest." Seeing Chen Xiang leave, Hua Xiangyue let out a tender snort. This brat is really obstinate, wasting everyone's kind intentions. When Wu Keiming and Gu Dongchen noticed that strange look in Hua Xiangyue's eyes when looking at Chen Xiang, both could not understand why such aloof and prestigious ladies like Hua Xiangyue and Lu Menger would have such ambiguous relations with Chen Xiang. Chen Xiang returned to his own room, where he sat in repose with his eyes closed, preparing himself for tomorrow's fight with Sun Xueren. It sure was going to be a life-and-death battle. It turned out to be Devil Lord Evil Skeleton's martial soul? I really didn't expect that this guy's martial soul could actually still exist, exclaimed Su Meiyao. Bai Yu continued in her ice-cold and stern voice, "I am afraid it's not that simple. Devil Lord Evil Skeleton was also called Undead Devil Lord. That martial soul may very well be his soul, moreover, he is still saving up very strong power. If he used his divine sense to influence of user of the martial soul, he may even resurrect." Listening to the conversation between the two, Chen Xiang couldn't remain calm. If a devil from 100 millenniums ago got resurrected, It would be very horrifying. That's right. If one couldn't resist the temptation, the person fused with his martial soul would be engulfed by Devil Lord Evil Skeleton over time, allowing Devil Lord Evil Skeleton to resurrect again. He was just a bunch of bones itself. As long as he could use Evil Skeleton Devil skill, his strength will be restored to peak. Su Meiyao took a long, deep breath. Chen Xiang said, "If I lose, it's necessary to make those guys join hands to kill Sun Xueren in order to eliminate the future trouble." Early in the morning next day, after having taken a bath, Chen Xiang wore a set of black tights before arriving at the square inside the Divine Martial Palace and stepping on to the arena. At this moment, the sun had just come up, yet the spectators who came to watch the fight continued to arrive in succession. Just as the sun rose, more and more people arrived at the square. A majority of them were martial artists from other mainlands. King's mainland martial artists also did not fall behind in number. This match was sure going to be sensational. Chen Xiang was just a martial artist who had just entered the spirit martial realm. In contrast, Sun Xueren had entered the spirit martial realm a long time ago. Furthermore, he was in the intermediate stage, whereas Chen Xiang was in the early stage. There was a difference of one stage between the two. Earlier, when Sun Xueren fought with Mo Tian, the martial technique he had displayed had shocked everyone, so much so that everyone believed he was far stronger than Chen Xiang. Chen Xiang looked at Mo Tian, who was standing with Wu Keiming, Gu Dongchen, and an old man inside a distant pavilion. Noticing the sparkling eyes of Mo Tian, Chen Xiang was secretly happy because Mo Tian's situation was not as bad as he had thought. Furthermore, Mo Tian was looking a bit younger as well. In another pavilion, Hua Xiangyue, Lu Menger, as well as Lan Lan stood next to windowsills. As Chen Xiang's gaze traveled over many distant pavilions, he saw many familiar faces, like Qing Shan, Qin Ziyun of Scare Light Temple, Xiao Ziliang of Free Immortal Sea, Lian Yingxiao of Lotus Island and many more. At this instance, Sun Xueren also arrived. He was following behind W. A.N. Jiquan. There was an extremely stiff smile on his pale face, and his gray-as-death pupils also had a sliver of excitement. They were full of confidence. W.A.N. Jiquan was smiling even more so because, in his opinion, Chen Xiang standing on the stage was tantamount to serving his own head on a platter. Chen Xiang was as good as dead. He hated Huang Jintian, and thus, very much wanted to kill Huang Jintian's proud disciples. And if Chen Xiang was killed under public eyes, Huang Jintian was unable to say anything. As such, he was unafraid. More importantly, Chen Xiang had infuriated him, again and again. Not to mention the fact that Chen Xiang had also made him lose face. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. "Did you attack Lan Lan?" Seeing Sun Xueren walking on to the arena, Chen Xiang asked in a cold tone. "That's right, she is already dead," replied Sun Xueren in his stiff voice. Listening to that voice, everyone felt extremely uncomfortable. "Humph, you believe you can kill her?" Chen Xiang looked towards a distant pavilion, and Sun Xueren also followed suit. Very soon, Lan Lan standing with two mature and stunning beauties came into their view. Seeing this, Sun Xueren immediately clenched his fist. "I will make sure she is dead. Anyone who I attack has to die, Mo Tian is no exception. It's just a matter of time." Chen Xiang retorted in a cold voice. "Your two junior brothers also said the same ridiculous thing. Alas, they both died in the end." Having listened to Chen Xiang, W.A.N. Jiquan trembled before he immediately roared in a furious voice, "Start!" Chapter 439, Fight with a Devil. Chapter 439 Fight with a Devil. Gu Dongchen, Wu Keiming, Lu Menger, and Hua Xiangyue all appeared next to the arena at their fastest speed. Lian Yingxiao and Xiao Ziliang also followed suit. The Tai O.O.N.S. from Heroes Mountain, who had received Chen Xiang graciousness and obtained their founding father's inheritance, also arrived by the arena, because they could feel intense bloodl. U.S.T. from W. Quan's roar. Although they didn't know why Quan was furious, they could not allow Quan to attack Chen Xiang. Hua Xiangyue also rushed over, bringing Lan Lan with her. Having come closer, Lan Lan said in a low voice, looking at Sun Xueren, "It's him, I remember his aura. He is the one who secretly attacked me. When I go back, I will definitely ask my clansmen to help me get justice." Although the match had begun, Sun Xueren didn't launch an attack right away. On the contrary, he looked at Quan only to see the angry Quan nod at him. "Go to Hell." Sun Xueren shouted in a cold voice before the death whirl appeared underneath his feet, pulling Chen Xiang over. Meanwhile, his left hand shook as a huge skeletal arm appeared. That creepy giant skeletal claw has appeared yet again. However, the giant skeletal claw this time had strands of black mist flowing around it. Even more so, the death chi was also intenser, giving everyone a suffocating feeling. Earlier, Chen Xiang also had no idea how he should deal with the drag of death whirl. However, now that he had experienced it personally, he immediately knew how to deal with. As what the death whirl was absorbing was energy, the death whirl was able to sense the tremendous amount of energy in Chen Xiang's body, owing to the aura emanating from Chen Xiang due to the terrifying amount of true qi in his dantian. That's the only reason Chen Xiang was being dragged. Now as long as Chen Xiang could isolate his own energy so that the death whirl couldn't sense it, Chen Xiang would not be affected by this whirl. Owing to which, Chen Xiang would be able to dodge that terrifying giant skeletal claw quite easily. Go to Hell. Sun Xueren's diabolical laughter resounded at once as he stretched that giant claw out as quickly as a lightning bolt. At that moment, everyone had their hearts in their throat. Lu Menger, Gu Dongchen, everyone who was worried about Chen Xiang, had their minds went blank immediately. They believed that Chen Xiang's head would be grabbed by that giant claw, and his life force would be engulfed completely thereafter. This brief moment felt like an eternity to everyone. They thought of many things in their mind. Sun Xueren kept on laughing like a madman. That claw of his was filled with dense diabolical true qi. Just as the claw seemed as if it was about to grab Chen Xiang suddenly disappeared. By the sight of this, Sun Xueren's smile froze right away as if he had eaten a fly. Whereas the moment Chen Xiang disappeared, everyone burst into exclamations. At the same time, they also heaved a long sigh of relief. "Impossible! How could you possibly escape from my death whirl?" Sun Xueren fiercely turned his head, only to see Chen Xiang standing behind him. That black whirl under Sun Xueren's feet spun even faster, but Chen Xiang stood right where he was, looking dismissively at Sun Xueren. Having seen Chen Xiang break Sun Xueren's death whirl, Lu Menger heaved a sigh of relief. With this, even if Chen Xiang wasn't a match for Sun Xueren, he could still step down from the arena. Quan, even more, ground his teeth in hatred by the sight of Chen Xiang dodging at the critical moment when it seemed Sun Xueren was about to succeed. Sun Xueren was taken aback even more so. He had extremely high confidence in his death whirl. Quan had once stated that no one among his peers could escape for sure. Moreover, Chen Xiang was still weaker than him by a stage. Be that as it may, Sun Xueren soon calmed down and quickly swung that huge skeletal arm of his towards Chen Xiang. Presently, that giant skeletal arm of Sun Xueren was a very powerful piece of weapon. Neither blade nor spear could pierce through it. Not to mention, Chen Xiang wasn't able to utilize any weapon at this moment. As such, he had the upper hand. "Do you dare to touch my arm? I guarantee, so long as you touch my arm even a bit, you will die for sure." Seeing Chen Xiang escaping every time, Sun Xueren broke into crazed laughter as he said. Chen Xiang had never imagined that this Sun Xueren, who generally looked like a corpse, would actually be laughing so madly at this moment. Moreover, That huge skeletal arm of his was very swift, the attacks were so fast that he was having a hard time dodging. Sun Xueren was very fast. Huge as the arena was, the SPAC was still limited. Therefore, all Chen Xiang could do was escape back and forth around the arena. What's the point in this? Don't you like to use strength to fight with others? Don't you always throw very big moves? But why are shrinking like a turtle? Sun Xueren said with a grim laugh. He was riling up Chen Xiang so that Chen Xiang would fight back. Only that way would he have the opportunity to let his claw come in contact with Chen Xiang. Of course, Chen Xiang would not always be dodging, otherwise there really won't be a point of this match. Earlier, he was just experimenting. When Sun Xueren attacked him, Sun Xueren would release a kind of dreadful death qi. Just a moment ago, Chen Xiang had secretly absorbed a very small part of this death qi into his body, and then tried to attack that death qi with the suppressing devil yuan qi. When he first tried it out, he was easily successful in destroying that death qi with the suppressing devil yuan qi. But just to be sure of the suppressing devil yuan qi effect, he absorbed even more death qi, for which he needed a bit more time. Certainly, when he absorbed that diabolical energy into his body, he had wrapped it in with spiritual energy so that it won't spread. After gathering a lot more, he then tried to eliminate it with the suppressing devil yuan qi. It's effective, but it isn't like dealing with the evil demons. Chen Xiang was in glee. Be that as it may, this allowed him to have a greater chance of winning. When he was using suppressing devil yuan qi to deal with the evil demons, it was no different than burning a wax candle with blazing flames. The evil demons were eliminated quite easily. Suddenly, the giant skeletal arm of Sun Xueren burst forth with black qi. That kind of intense diabolical aura made the audience frown, for it was truly evil. Like a broadsword, that giant skeletal arm fiercely streaked horizontally towards Chen Xiang. And it was far faster than before. Humph! Chen Xiang let out a harumph as a golden aura broke out from his arm, catching that giant skeletal arm's wrist directly. By the sight of this, all the spectators were stupefied. They were quite clear how terrifying that giant skeletal arm was. It was a tool that was no different than an evil devil harvesting life. Anyone who came in contact with it would die for sure, but Chen Xiang surprisingly dared to grab it. Even Sun Xueren was incomparably shocked. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chen Xiang vigorously pulled the arm and fiercely turned around before he hurled Sun Xueren over his shoulder by Sun Xueren's wrist, ruthlessly SMAs. Ing Sun Xueren into the ground. Sun Xueren, you are too arrogant. Chen Xiang coldly smiled as he said. Thereafter, he let out a crazed roar before a dazzling golden aura radiated from his body. The golden aura was covered in blazing flames which were filled with whitish energy. What Chen Xiang did was fuse the dragon force, the heavenly sunfire, and the strongest suppressing devil yuan qi together, fusing them into a fearsome power. Afterward, grabbing that giant skeletal arm of Sun Xueren with his both hand, he fiercely gave it a twist. A cracking sound immediately followed as that giant skeletal arm separated from Sun Xueren's shoulder. The giant skeletal arm, the pride of Sun Xueren, had surprisingly been forcefully pulled apart by Chen Xiang. Everyone was dumbfounded as they looked at the giant skeletal arm grabbed by Chen Xiang. The strongest part of Sun Xueren was that giant skeletal arm of his, but now it had been ripped out by Chen Xiang, seriously injuring Sun Xueren in the due process as well. Now, Sun Xueren's defeat was already set in stone. The strongest part of Sun Xueren was that giant skeletal arm of his, but now it had been ripped out by Chen Xiang, seriously injuring Sun Xueren in the due process as well. Now, Sun Xueren's defeat was already set in stone. This sudden reversal was completely out of everyone's expectation. Earlier, those Nirvana Realm experts had concluded that Chen Xiang would not be able to cope with that kind of diabolical power. However, Chen Xiang had proved them wrong and told everyone with actions that this kind of diabolical power was no threat to him. Sun Xueren was struggling on the ground, his face laced with pain. Much to everyone's dismay, black blood was flowing out from the shoulder where his arm was ripped out, giving jitters to the onlookers. What was even stranger was that not even a trickle of blood flowed out from the ripped-away arm in Chen Xiang's hand. Although Chen Xiang had ripped Sun Xueren's arm, he could not let his guard down, for he could still sense a diabolical power coming from that arm, madly attacking his body, looking for a chance to occupy his body. The giant skeletal arm should have turned normal after getting ripped out, but it did not. On the contrary, it was madly struggling, wanting to shake off Chen Xiang. Had it not for Chen Xiang using a lot of suppressing devil yuan qi to resist the evil force seeping into his body, perhaps he would have been defeated by that giant skeletal arm already. Looking at Sun Xueren writhing on the ground, Chen Xiang put some distance from him bit by bit, for he could feel the arm affecting Sun Xueren's mind. Chen Xiang was well aware of the antecedents that this giant skeletal arm. It was an ancient evil soul, left behind by a great devil lord named Evil Skeletal Devil Lord, through which the great devil lord may resurrect. And now, judging from the scene before him, he came to believe it even more so. Suddenly, a black violent mass of energy broke out from that giant skeletal arm. Chen Xiang spewed a mouthful of blood from the corresponding impact, leaving him no choice but to let go of that giant skeletal arm. Everyone was even more amazed by the sight of the arm that was ripped away by Chen Xiang returning back to Sun Xueren's body and quickly fusing with Sun Xueren's shoulder. Whereupon, Sun Xueren stood up, sweating profusely. And that pale-as-corpse face of his now had an incomparably hideous look, giving Chen Xiang a sinister look. Chen Xiang felt as if he was stared at by a devil. Sun Xueren looked at the restored giant skeletal claw first, and then suddenly looked up as he broke into a crazed laughter. Listening to that diabolical laughter, everyone's heart was gripped with trepidation. Even those Nirvana realm martial artists in the stands had a solemn look on their faces, because Sun Xueren was too evil, but he was also an expert of righteous path. A top-grade king's vain martial artist, and the eldest apprentice of W.A.N.G. Quan, after having fused with that horrifying evil martial soul, would surely become extremely strong. And at this instance, even Chen Xiang could not help but acknowledge the formidability of this evil skeleton martial soul. But in fact, Chen Xiang wasn't worried about this, but rather the soul of the ancient devil lord hiding inside that martial soul. You almost ruined my good thing, but thanks to you, I also woke up, ha ha ha. Surprisingly, Sun Xueren's voice had changed. It had become very RSE. That kind of low and deep voice gave jitters to the listeners. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiang's complexion changed as he continuously retreated a few steps. He didn't actually expect the evil skeleton devil lord to actually succeed in seizing Sun Xueren's body. The evil skeleton devil lord had resurrected. You are in a real trouble. Bai Yu said in a serious tone. Do you need my strength? Long Xue asked. She could clearly sense how horrifying the strength of that evil skeleton devil lord was. Chen Xiang took a deep breath and said, Not for the moment. Sun Xueren had already dead. His soul had been engulfed by the evil skeleton devil lord already. Don't be surprised, I am still Sun Xueren, but I am the new Sun Xueren. Sun Xueren broke into a hideous laughter as his other arm suddenly shook. Black chi spread all over the place as a giant skeletal arm appeared. The onlookers could not help but gasp in shock by the sight of Sun Xueren having two giant skeletal claws. W.A.N.G. Quan's face, which was downcasted and furious, was now beaming with joy. Although he had noticed that there was something wrong with Sun Xueren, he felt it was not that big of a problem. As long as Sun Xueren could defeat Chen Xiang, Sun Xueren would become the champion of the tournament. As far as he was concerned, it was nothing but good. Tai Chi subduing dragon exercise, huh? I will engulf your soul and extract this divine exercise from your memories, ha ha. Peals of Sun Xueren's laughter rang in the arena as he leaped towards Qin Xiang. His current speed was far faster than before. Qin Xiang was already prepared. The moment he saw Sun Xueren taking the action, he prepared himself for defense as he congealed a lot of suppressing Devil Yuan Qi and infused it into the Black Tortoise Adamantal armor. At this instance, the Black Tortoise Adamantal armor had already emerged, covering his entire body. However, because of his clothes, it was not visible to the onlookers. That giant skeletal claw came swooping at Qin Xiang's chest, in response to which Qin Xiang waved his hand out to defend, so that his elbow would slam into that skeletal claw. Sparks flew everywhere from the subsequent impact. The Black Tortoise Adamantal armor was very powerful. That impact had pushed Sun Xueren a few steps back. Judging the blackened look on Sun Xueren's face, Qin Xiang knew that his suppressing Devil Yuan Qi was working on Sun Xueren. It could suppress him. Devil Lord, so what if you have resurrected again? This time, I will send you to your grave thoroughly. Qin Xiang's fists suddenly glowed with a holy white aura. It was what came out of the fusion of the Dragon Force and the suppressing Devil Yuan Qi. Qin Xiang took a leap before a Qi blast took place underneath his feet, propelling him with a cruise. Hi+ing force. At the same time, Qin Xiang brandished his fist like crazy, creating a veil of after-images that pounded at Sun Xueren with a momentum that seemed it could topple the mountains and overturn the seas. By the sight of this, a solemn look took over Sun Xueren's face. The punches were already upon him. All he could do was use those giant skeletal claws of his to protect his head and not let his head suffer those horrifying punches. With just one punch, the entire arena was shaking fiercely. But Qin Xiang had now fired tens of punches at the same time, crazily pounding on those stiff skeletal arms. Everyone had already noticed that Sun Xueren was a bit weird, as if he had turned into another person. By the sight of an extra skeletal arm, everyone was secretly worried for Qin Xiang. But they had not imagined that Qin Xiang would still be so powerful and crazily pound on those giant skeletal arms of Sun Xueren using Dragon Force, to the point that Sun Xueren was unable to launch any counterattack. Qin Xiang's punches were quite fast. Every second, he would rain down a few dozen punches, producing shock waves after shock waves, shaking the entire divine martial palace continuously. Every time that kind of loud bang resounded, it was followed by a turbulent chi wave spreading in all direction, slamming into the barrier around the arena. If this barrier had not been there, the square would have been destroyed a couple hundred times already. Suddenly, peals of thunders rang in the distance. The clear sky was suddenly covered in churning dark clouds as lightning flashed amid the clouds again and again. Nevertheless, Qin Xiang continued his violent assault on Sun Xueren, leaving Sun Xueren unable to launch any kind of counterattack. Now, all Sun Xueren could do was defend. If he slacked even once, his head would be smashed into a pulp by Qin Xiang, like a tomato for sure. Suddenly, Qin Xiang let out a roar. It was a dragon's roar, in fact. The clothes covering his upper body were suddenly blasted into smithereens, while the place where his right arm connected with shoulder shone with a white light. It was the white dragon tattoo. Is his arm fused with a dragon's soul? Someone cried in shock. The sky had turned very dark from the dark clouds, whereas an aura filled with a very odd energy erupted from the white dragon tattoo on Qin Xiang's right arm. That kind of ancient and powerful aura was incomparably foreboding, making everyone feel as if that dragon tattoo was alive. When Lu Menger, Gu Dongchen, and the others saw the white dragon tattoo on Qin Xiang, they treated it like it was nothing. They only thought Qin Xiang liked dragons. That's why he got it. When Lu Menger, Gu Dongchen, and the others saw the white dragon tattoo on Qin Xiang, they treated it like it was nothing. They only thought Qin Xiang liked dragons. That's why he got it. But now, sensing the powerful aura gust, Plussing out from that white dragon, they could not help but associate it with a dragon's soul. Beast souls were also a kind of martial souls, the acquired martial souls. They were the souls that remained after some powerful beasts had died. A majority of the beast's strength was stored in that soul. After fusing with it, one could obtain a various stonies. Plussing strength. Furthermore, he or she could also get some of the martial techniques of that beast soul. These martial techniques were also called beast martial technique. Upon recalling this point, everyone believed even more so that it was a dragon soul that was fused with Qin Xiang's arm. A dragon was a divine beast. A beast soul of that level was the strongest of all. Thereby, the beast martial technique that Qin Xiang had obtained was also very horrifying, or so they believed. Some of the people who had once seen Qin Xiang's battle understood as to why any martial techniques that Qin Xiang employed always were in the form of a dragon. At this moment, Qin Xiang was using Long Xue's strength. He knew that he could not defeat that resurrected evil skeleton devil lord with his own strength. It might seem that he was completely suppressing the evil skeleton devil lord, but that was just temporary. His dragon force was limited. Furthermore, its rate of consumption was a stonies. Plussingly fast. As the matter stood, he couldn't even cause any injuries to the evil skeleton devil lord. Evil skeleton devil lord had also noticed this point, that was why he was very calm. Therefore, Qin Xiang could only borrow Long Xue's strength and cast the strongest killing technique, the Heavenly Dragon Seal. The Heavenly Dragon Seal did not just use the caster's strength when cast out, it also borrowed the strength of the heaven and the earth. That was also the reason it was so powerful. The stronger its caster was, the more strength of the heaven and the earth he could borrow. Long Xue's strength was very unique. It could very easily fuse with Qin Xiang's strength and become a lot stronger. Furthermore, Long Xue's strength itself was nothing to scoff at. In addition, her spiritual energy was also very strong. As a result, the Heavenly Dragon Seal cast was even stronger. Only with this move could Qin Xiang completely kill the evil skeleton devil lord who was in his growth phase. Watching the rising winds and scudding clouds, many people who had seen Qin Xiang's fight knew that Qin Xiang was about to cast a very powerful move. Last time he had even destroyed the Fragrance City's square. That scene was still fresh in Gu Dongchen and the others' minds. Very soon, everyone came to learn of that frightening move and were ready to jump. Ji Quan wanted to block them, but there were a couple hundred Nirvana Realm martial artists watching. If he did this, he would be stopped by those Nirvana Realm experts for sure. Furthermore, he was confident about Sun Xueren. When he saw Sun Xueren's other arm also turning into the skeletal claw, he knew Sun Xueren had evolved. He was even more powerful. Qin Xiang was stalling until he had gathered enough of heaven and earth forces. He was mainly gathering the spirit qi and lightning. The Heavenly Dragon Seal he was casting this time wasn't the same as before. It was a special move to deal with the devil. If you cast the Furious Dragon's Retribution, it's sufficient. But if you want to cast the Subduing Dragon Seal, it is still lacking. Long Xue pointed it out as she continued to pass the casting method to Qin Xiang's mind. Dark clouds had covered the sky. But they were mainly gathered above the arena, forming a whirlpool of dark clouds, which gave no small pressure to Sun Xueren. He too had heard of this move. Even if he had fused with the evil skeleton devil lord, he still could not fathom from where Qin Xiang learned such a powerful dragon martial technique. That's it! Long Xue shouted in a lovely voice as a flash of white light erupted from Qin Xiang's right arm. In fact, Long Xue was instilling her own energy into Qin Xiang. While Qin Xiang was pounding Sun Xueren, he was reading the incantation as well. The thunder clapped and lightning flashed in the sky as the wind tore through the ground. Even the ground was slightly shaking. The entire scene gave the impression that the entire world was coming to an end, scaring the L out of everyone. The black whirlpool over the martial arts stage started rotating like crazy, sucking the dark clouds surrounding it into the whirl. Meanwhile, Chen Xiang's spiritual energy and the vigorous true qi madly rushed into the sky, sucking even those lightning strikes into that whirlpool. As everyone raised their heads, many people gulped nervously by the sight of the sheer mass of energy contained inside that huge whirlpool. They immediately gather their strength underneath their feet, ready to jump at a moment's notice. Once that horrifying energy struck down, they would jump into the sky. Ji Quan and the other Nirvana realm experts noticed that although that mass of energy was huge, it wasn't that strong. They believed it wasn't strong enough to destroy the arrays surrounding the arena. Heavenly Dragon Seal, subduing the devil. As Chen Xiang finished chanting, a dragon roar reverberated in the sky before that ball of light in the sky, which had all kinds of energy stored in it, flashed with a white light. A dragon roar pierced through the 9 heavens. At that moment, a disastrous aura came plusing down, covering the entire king city. Horrifying tremors ran through the ground. Those cultivators who had long prepared to jump leaped into the sky instantly. At this moment, a white dragon emerged from that whirlpool. That huge white dragon was as natural as though it was living. It was releasing a holy white aura. Its majestic bearing gave a newfound chill to everyone. The dragon roars continued one after another as the huge white dragon came plusing down from the sky, plusing into the arena. At that moment, all the arrays on the martial arts stage were broken completely. The few divine martial palace elders immediately laid a barrier, nonetheless, they were late by a step. After that dreadful energy crashed into Sun Xuan, it burst forth with a powerful qi that seeped deep into the ground, before exploding. A wave of energy spread in all direction, enveloping the square, as well as the faraway pavilions. Many cracks had appeared on them. The martial arts stage was affected most tragically. After having been enveloped in a white aura, explosions rang to no end. It seemed as if many huge white dragons continued to emerge from that whirlpool and rushed straight towards the ground, madly plusing into that arena. About 30 white dragons congealed from energy, giving out majestic dragon roars, struck the ground like lightning. Almost half of that huge square that was as big as a small city was split. All the faraway pavilions were also trampled from the shockwave. That kind of strength was far stronger than an early-stage spirit martial realm cultivator. How could it not? It was an attack cast using the strength of both Chen Xiang and Long Shui. Not to mention that an all-powerful spiritual power was cast. The attack was created using the forces of the heaven and earth. It was endlessly powerful. Soon, the heaven and the earth calmed down. The earlier attack was so powerful that they felt as if the world was coming to end. Even those Nirvana realm powerhouses dreaded that dragon martial technique of Chen Xiang. If Chen Xiang was in Nirvana realm, it would be even stronger for sure. The martial arts stage no longer existed. However, Chen Xiang and Sun Xuan were still there. Although Chen Xiang was also standing on the arena, he wasn't affected by the attack, for it was him who had cast that spiritual power. As for Sun Xuan, he was lying on the ground. Those giant skeletal arms of his had already disappeared, reverted back to their original appearance. His entire body looked like a mummified corpse. His face was completely pale as if he was scared In the future, I would never go to watch this guy's fight, ever. It is simply suicidal. A man crashed down from the sky. Had they not escaped a moment ago, perhaps they would have been blown away already. Yeah. Last time I was a bit slower to react and was buried in the rubble. That guy is a complete freak. At this moment, many people sighed with emotions. Had it not been for those arrays on the martial arts stage, perhaps everything would have been destroyed completely. With Sun Xueren's death, Chen Xiang took a long, deep breath. Nearly all of his true qi had been consumed. Ji Quan's facial muscles twitched as he walked onto the stage. Just as he touched Sun Xueren's corpse, that corpse transformed into ashes and scattered with the wind. By the sight of this, everyone was startled. You won, Ji Quan shouted in a Hoa RSE voice, his entire body quivering with anger. Seeing Ji Quan in a towering rage, Gu Dongchen and Wu Kaming hurriedly arrived beside Chen Xiang, lest Ji Quan fling caution to the wind and attacked Chen Xiang. Seeing Ji Quan in a towering rage, Gu Dongchen and Wu Kaming hurriedly arrived beside Chen Xiang, lest Ji Quan fling caution to the wind and attacked Chen Xiang. What about my rewards? Chen Xiang was even more concerned about this. He did come here for that fruit of fortune, after all. Taking deep breaths, Ji Quan managed to suppress the fury and hatred in his heart. He took out a jade box and handed it over to Chen Xiang. As the winner of this year's King's Martial Arts Assembly, this is your reward on behalf of my divine martial palace. Chen Xiang opened the box immediately to check and saw a fist-sized pure white fruit inside. It was the fruit of fortune. Although it was not emanating any kind of aura whatsoever, when Chen Xiang touched it a bit, he could feel a bizarre spirit qi inside. It sure is the fruit of fortune, Su Meiyao said, after having confirmed. Watching that precious fruit of fortune falling in Chen Xiang's laps, some of the alchemists and young martial artists felt extremely jealous. They were feeling envious of Chen Xiang for being able to obtain such good thing at his age. The final winner of King's Martial Arts Assembly turned out to be a martial artist from overseas, which made many native martial artists of King's mainland feel very shameful. There were many who hated Chen Xiang, but they had no choice but to acknowledge Chen Xiang's strength. Just from the square he was in, it was quite apparent that Chen Xiang was extremely strong. After all, that Sun Xueren was a level higher than Chen Xiang. There should be one more reward, right? Chen Xiang said. He was also quite curious about that mysterious reward. Hearing this sentence, Ji Quan was startled a bit before he replied, "You have to come with me. Also, you need to keep it a secret." "That won't do." Of course, Gu Dongchen couldn't allow Chen Xiang to go alone with Ji Quan. Ji Quan had a deep-seated hatred for Chen Xiang. It was impossible not to worry. Ji Quan coldly said, "I also don't want to. I don't want to regret it later. As much as I want to kill this brat, I don't dare to act recklessly in regards to this matter." This proclamation made Chen Xiang think of the king's mysterious realm. It was a very mysterious place. Chen Xiang reckoned that there were some powerhouses still inside the king's mysterious realm. "It's alright, don't worry about me." Chen Xiang smiled at Gu Dongchen and Wu Kaming, assuring them. The King's Martial Arts Assembly was held once every decade, yet no one knew what this mysterious reward was. And everyone who did get this reward had to keep it a secret. Judging from Chen Xiang's bearing, Gu Dongchen and Wu Kaming could only let Chen Xiang follow Ji Quan. By the sight of this scene, many onlookers' curiosity was piqued, for they didn't even know about that mysterious reward. Chen Xiang, following Ji Quan, left, whereas Gu Dongchen and Wu Kaming were surrounded by a group of powerhouses, asking about that mysterious reward. However, they couldn't get any answer, which added much to their curiosity even more so. Ji Quan brought Chen Xiang into an enormous palace. This palace was magnificent yet not luxurious. There was a strong ancient aura to it. Apparently, it was a relic from the distant past. After entering, Chen Xiang, following Ji Quan through many secret sages, finally entered the heart of this tall and magnificent palace. Ji Quan, I think you should go and meet my teacher, Chen Xiang suddenly said. Humph, why? Ji Quan coldly harumphed. At present, he could not wait to crush Chen Xiang to death. However, he didn't dare so. If he could, he would have done it a long time ago. Chen Xiang could also see that this mysterious reward was of paramount importance, or why would Ji Quan be so cautious? The martial soul you gave Sun Xueren was actually an evil martial soul, called Evil Skeleton Martial Soul. Don't you know? Chen Xiang coldly smiled as he asked. So what? Sun Xueren didn't do anything bad with that evil martial soul. Only his character appeared to be indifferent, that's all, Ji Quan said disapprovingly. You might not know, but this evil skeleton martial soul was a relic of a guy named Devil Lord Evil Skeleton. His soul and consciousness were actually inside it. I don't need to say any more, and you aren't an idiot as well. You should be well aware of what are the consequences if the Devil Lord Evil Skeleton is resurrected and is allowed to flurries. Plus, upon hearing Chen Xiang, Ji Quan trembled a bit and stopped. He no longer said anything and continued leading Chen Xiang through various secret sages. Ji Quan sure knew about Evil Skeleton Devil Lord. He very well knew that the Evil Skeleton Martial Soul belonged to Devil Lord Evil Skeleton. However, he had never expected for Devil Lord Evil Skeleton to resurrect in this way. After carefully analyzing the unusual changes in Sun Xueren after Chen Xiang had ripped Sun Xueren's arm away, he was sure Chen Xiang was telling the truth. At that time, he too believed that there was something wrong with Sun Xueren. When Chen Xiang had killed Sun Xueren, that slowly growing Devil Lord Evil Skeleton was also killed by Chen Xiang. If he had allowed that Devil Lord to secretly prosper, the subsequent consequences would have been disastrous. After following Ji Quan through many secret sages, even Chen Xiang had no idea where he ended up. However, he was still inside the huge palace. It was the one thing he was still sure of. At this moment, Ji Quan led him into a huge hall. At the center of this hall was a teleportation array. Stand in the center, I will teleport you to a place. I hope you can still come back. Of course, it is still not too late for you to back out, Ji Quan said. Just as Chen Xiang placed his foot forward, he withdrew it immediately. What do you mean? Explain it clearly, will you? Won't this teleportation array teleport me to the king's mysterious realm? Ji Quan answered coldly, you sure know more than you should. That old madman must have told you. To tell you the truth, the king's martial arts assembly has been held many times over tens of thousands of years, but not many people know about the king's mysterious realm. Do you know why? Chen Xiang shook his head in response. Because most of the people who won first are afraid to step into the teleportation other. They are afraid to enter the king's mysterious realm. I too was a champion of king's martial arts assembly once, but I also gave up the chance to enter the king's mysterious realm. Chen Xiang slowly took a deep breath before asking, why? Because those who had entered have never come out, ever. All I know is that anyone who enters will face king's trial, which is very dangerous. Now, are you sure you still want to proceed? Chen Xiang nodded his agreement. I want to go. Having said this, he walked to the center of the teleportation array without further ado. Pinching a talisman, Ji Quan said, I have recorded what you just ate a moment ago. If you don't come back, I can still prove my innocence. While Ji Quan spoke, a dazzling white light flashed from the teleportation array before Chen Xiang's figure disappeared. He had been teleported to the king's mysterious realm. Chen Xiang didn't fear any trial, the slightest bit. As far as he was concerned, it was a means to improve his strength. Not to mention the fact that he was now in extreme state. He could leave the mysterious realm through the Luo Tian door at moment notice. If he felt that something was wrong, he could escape momentarily. At present, he wanted to see what's so mysterious and terrifying about this king's mysterious realm. After having his sight dazzled by the white flash of light, Chen Xiang appeared on a plain. And on the distant horizon of the plain was a tall and huge palace. Looking from afar, he looked like a tall mountain rising straight from the prairie. Even from this far away, Chen Xiang could still feel its grand and imposing aura. Hey, welcome to the king's mysterious realm. Little brother, I would still have to ask you the trouble to enter the king's palace yourself. A gentle laughter floated into Chen Xiang's ears, echoing continuously. King's palace? Chen Xiang could not find anything terrifying about this place, as W. A.N. Ji Quan had said. Putting his mind at ease, he ran towards that distant palace. When Chen Xiang managed to arrive at the entrance of the palace, an old man suddenly walked out from within, welcoming him with smiles. When Chen Xiang managed to arrive at the entrance of the palace, an old man suddenly walked out from within, welcoming him with smiles. Little brother, are you the recent champion of King's Mainland? That old man asked, smiling. Chen Xiang nodded his affirmation. I am, but I don't know why I have to come here. That old man answered, It's better if you don't know. Come with me. Chen Xiang could only follow that old man to a stone room, standing inside which was a middle-aged man, who waved his hand to the old man. Whereupon, that old man withdrew from the room. The door of this stone room was also closed completely. The middle-aged man was dressed very simply. His long hair was draped over his shoulder. With a gentle look and a slight smile on his face, he gazed at Chen Xiang. From the beginning, the king's mysterious realm was very mysterious, and after Chen Xiang had arrived here, his curiosity was piqued even more so by the sight of the king's palace. What he could not understand was why a group of people were willing to stay here for thousands and thousands of years. Rich as the spirit qi in here was, staying in here would be rather monotonous. After staring at Chen Xiang for a while, that middle-aged man finally opened his mouth. It's very difficult for me to believe that there is still someone willing to come in here. I have waited for a long time. My weight has not let me down. Your physique is very good. Although you have expended a lot of your true qi, I can still see that your true qi must have been very vigorous. You deserve to be the champion of the king's martial arts assembly. It looks like you are far better than those who have come before you. Chen Xiang pursed his lips into a smile as he said, All I knew was that the champion will receive this mysterious reward, therefore, I came in. That middle-aged man smiled and asked, So to say, when you came in, you knew it would be dangerous? Yes, but I am not afraid. Now, shouldn't you tell me what that reward is? Chen Xiang asked. He was a bit fatigued and wanted to leave this place sooner. The middle-aged man nodded. After all, young people were all extremely curious. Now, after having arrived at such a mysterious pace, Chen Xiang would want to know some things naturally. This king's mysterious realm has a long line of history. It's also the place where the human king was born. We are the guardian of this place. This king's palace is also the base of human king in the mortal world. So, in order to cultivate some good seedlings, the human king will choose some king's vain martial artists from the king's mainland to come here using some ways, where they will receive the human king's inheritance and become a martial artist of king's palace. That middle-aged man explained. Chen Xiang was momentarily stunned. He could not help but ask, So to say, there is a king's palace in the heavenly realm as well? That's right. However, it is just a young influence. One of the reasons why the human king established an influence in the heavenly realm is to let many king's vain martial artists have a safe harbor once they arrived in the heavenly realm. And since you can come here, it means your bloodline is outstanding. You will be zealously nurtured by King's Palace, as such, your bloodline's power would be inspired to the most perfect form. Hearing this, Chen Xiang was secretly laughing in his heart, for he wasn't a king's vain martial artist. Now he came to realize why anyone who entered the king's mysterious realm never came out. Some people don't have the guts to come in. Such timid people would never get the approval of the king's palace. Therefore, anyone who dares to come in will be considered a member of the king's palace. Of course, you can still leave this place, but if you stay here, you will receive better training. Here you will be cut off from the outside, your heart will be cleansed and your pas. Shaun will be restricted. You can cultivate the Tao of martial arts in serenity, indifferent of fame and wealth, the middle-aged man said in a peaceful voice. Chen Xiang said, a bit embarrassed, said, Senior, I'm sorry to say that I am not a king's vain martial artist, I am also not a citizen of King's mainland. I was only invited by the divine martial palace to partake 1 p. 8 in the king's martial arts assembly, which I won luckily. The middle-aged man's eyes went wide in surprise as he looked at Chen Xiang with disbelief. That's impossible. The king's vain martial artists would not have declined so much? How could they possibly be defeated by martial artists from other mainlands? Senior, if you don't believe it, you can ask the divine martial palace lord. Chen Xiang heaved a sigh and said. He believed that this middle-aged man must have secluded himself from the outside world in day-to-day life. However, he had made the divine martial palace aware of this palace nevertheless, therefore, the divine martial palace didn't dare to mess with the reward. Although Chen Xiang only saw 2 people after having arrived at this enormous king's palace, he was sure that there were still many super-powerful old codgers in here. More importantly, all of them were king's vain martial artists. Such a strength sure was extremely formidable. Now he came to understand why the king's mainland remained unscathed during the last great battle of 3 realms. The divine martial palace is just a branch of King's Palace. For many years, they have been responsible for hosting the King's Martial Arts assembly. I believe that they should not have made a mistake. It's just that you have surprised me so much. You were actually able to defeat the King's vain martial artists of my King's mainland. The middle-aged man surprisingly believed Chen Xiang so soon. Chen Xiang pursed his lips and said, You really should manage that divine martial palace a bit. Your king's vain martial artists haven't declined at all. It's just that there are some people who have the power to hide the truth from the SSES. They want to manipulate the entire king's martial arts assembly. The middle-aged man's face was lined with furrows after hearing this. Are you telling the truth? Chen Xiang made a harumph in a low voice as he said, In order to get the first, the divine martial palace lord haphazardly gave the evil skeleton martial soul, which was a relic of the devil lord evil skeleton, to his treasured apprentice. Next, Chen Xiang began to narrate what he saw and his own experience when he partook 1 p. aided in the king's martial arts assembly to the middle-aged man, because he reckoned that this middle-aged man should be the master of this king's palace. Currently, the divine martial palace's atmosphere wasn't very good. If this continued, something big might happen. For instance, Ji Quan could seize other mainlands to fulfill his own ambitions and expand his influence. This wasn't impossible at all. The middle-aged man was secretly furious, but there was no change in his expression or his voice, for it still hadn't been verified. After hearing everything, the middle-aged man said, lamenting, Men are not what they were in the times of long ago. I will send someone to investigate it clearly. Little brother, it's a pity that you aren't a king's vain martial artists. You won't be able to receive human king's inheritance. Chen Xiang laughed and said, It's all right, I have my own teacher anyway. If the opportunity presented itself in the future, I want to compare notes with the king's palace martial artists. I wonder what's the name of little brother's sect? Only now did the middle-aged man wanted to ask the origins of Chen Xiang. However, he also appeared to be less concerned about it. Extreme martial sect, and my teacher is Huang Jintian, Chen Xiang answered right away. Just as the name Huang Jintian entered his ears, the middle-aged man was totally startled. He said, "So it was like this. In other words, you cultivate in Tai Chi subduing dragon exercise, you have yin and yang vein?" Chen Xiang nodded his affirmation. He didn't expect this middle-aged man to actually know of his teacher. A sharp gleam immediately flashed past the middle-aged man's eyes as he looked at Chen Xiang thoughtfully. "Then," he said, "although you can't become a member of the king's palace, I will still give you a reward. It can be regarded as a compensation." A reward. Chen Xiang originally believed he had to return empty-handed, but now he was secretly excited. This king's palace was the strongest existence of the king's mainland. They sure won't be stingy in their rewards. The middle-aged man raised his head as he looked at a huge crystal ball in the stone room. Only now did Chen Xiang discovered this thing. But he didn't think that this was a treasure. The middle-aged could guess what Chen Xiang must be thinking. He chuckled and said, "This is not the reward I want to give you, it will let you see a person." The middle-aged could guess what Chen Xiang must be thinking. He chuckled and said, "This is not the reward I want to give you, it will let you see a person. Who am I meeting?" Chen Xiang immediately felt extremely disappointed. What kind of a reward was meeting a person? He may as well receive some real treasure. When Chen Xiang's gaze landed on that crystal ball, a gust of gentle aura emanated from the crystal ball suddenly, projecting on the ground. A translucent figure, seemingly false and real at the same time, appeared before Chen Xiang. Seeing this man, Chen Xiang was momentarily dumbfounded. Meanwhile, that middle-aged man hastily bowed down to greet. "Your Excellency, it's a bit complicated, please listen to me first." In fact, Chen Xiang recognized the man projected by the crystal ball. It was none other than Wu Songhong, whom Chen Xiang had met under the Hero's Mountain earlier. When that middle-aged man addressed Wu Songhong as Your Excellency, it was quite evident that Wu Songhong may very well be the human king. Tielin, what author has used is, roughly translated as Great Palace Lord, but I changed it to Your Excellency. Wu Songhong broke into laughter as he said, "Little brother, we are really destined, we meet again." The middle-aged man had not yet had the time to report the matter before he heard Wu Songhong's word, which greatly surprised him. Much to his surprise, Chen Xiang had met their human king. Furthermore, from the looks of it, their relation was pretty good as well. It was very difficult to be appreciated by the human king. The middle-aged man was quite familiar with Wu Songhong's personality. He rarely saw that kind of expression in Wu Songhong's eyes when meeting others. Wu Songhong was someone who cultivated in SHI+2, and SHI+2 cultivators were pretty rare. Therefore, he was very friendly with Chen Xiang because he believed that Chen Xiang was just like him. In the future, maybe he could discuss the SHI+2 cultivation with Chen Xiang. "You go out first. Let him tell me about this matter himself," Wu Songhong said. That middle-aged man immediately peeked a glance at Chen Xiang with an incomprehensible look in his eyes before promptly taking his leave from this stone room. Chen Xiang burst into a mischievous laugh as he said, "Senior Wu, your background is really big. You turned out to be the Trias human king." Listening to Chen Xiang's remark, Wu Songhong shook his head as he broke into laughter. "Human king my it's tli given to me by others. I was just a bit powerful in my clan, which later brought about the development of my clansmen, nothing more, nothing less. Tell me, how did you come here? You wouldn't have won that king's martial arts assembly, have you?" Chen Xiang roared with laughter as he nodded and said, "I am sorry, your king's vain martial artists were beaten by me thereafter." He once again narrated the details of king's martial arts Semli to Wu Songhong. After Wu Songhong came to know of that evil skeleton martial soul matter, he fumed with anger. This W.A.N. Ji Quan is looking down on my king's palace more and more. It looks like, after managing the divine martial palace for many years, his ambition has grown a lot. As for how to deal with him, it would depend on King's Palace of the mortal world. I am from heavenly realm, I can't intervene in mortal world's matter. This is a principle. Although I may not adhere to the rules, this thing is conscious, or else all the worlds would fall into disorder. Then, senior, so to say, I will not be getting any reward, will I? What a pity! Chen Xiang said, sighing intentionally. Kiddo, are you still not satisfied after getting the Luo Tian door? I can't give you anything now and also can't order the king's palace to give you anything. However, I can tell you the location of a hidden herb garden. It might not be a mysterious realm, but it's a bit dangerous. Chen Xiang's eyes immediately lit up. This was a pretty big reward. He hastily asked, where is that place? It's in the king's mainland. Let loose your mind, I will impart the map into your brain, Wu Songhong said. Chen Xiang closed his eyes as he let loose his entire body. Suddenly some extra information appeared in his mind. It was a map. The map was very vast and detailed, pointing to a remote place from the king's city. More importantly, the route to it was quite dangerous. This is given to me by a guy named Li Tianjun. He is one crazy guy who is mad about alchemy, and very stingy to boot. He once stayed in King's mainland for some time, where he planted a herb garden. However, now, he has already arrived at the heavenly realm, therefore, that herb garden has been deserted already. He also didn't leave any behind, so, he told it to me. In fact, I was cheated by him at first, and that's the only reason I got this useless herb garden. Dan King Li Tianjun, Chen Xiang and Su Meiyao were greatly taken aback all of a sudden. Earlier, he was rumored to have died already. Now, it appeared that he was quite alive and kicking. In the past, when Chen Xiang was making his way to the extreme martial sect, he had obtained a herb garden, which was also left behind Li Tianjun. Then, once again, he had encountered the second herb garden in Lu family's Herb King Mountain. And from there he had gotten the clue of the top mysterious realm, world's first mysterious realm, where all kinds of rare and precious herb could be found. In the past, Li Tianjun had been hunted down because of this. Chen Xiang had a detailed map. A year or so after Chen Xiang had obtained that map, there were indications of the occurrence of a solar eclipse. However, at that time, Chen Xiang had missed it. Therefore, he was waiting for next time. At that time, his still wasn't strong enough to traverse through various mainlands. But now it was different. He had been waiting for the solar eclipse to approach because the mysterious realm would open only then. That guy had also said that he was quite famous in the mortal martial world. And now, he is still doing rather well in the alchemist's circle of heavenly realm. This guy is a genius. He is quite proficient in alchemy, refining equipment, as well as in arranging arrays. And he is quite powerful and also somewhat crafty, said Wu Songhong. Chen Xiang broke into laughter and said, when I arrive at the heavenly realm, I have to thank him. The herb gardens left behind by him had brought me no small amount of benefit. I had chanced upon 2 of his herb garden earlier. I will sure to tell him this. Well, I hope that next time I see it will be in the heavenly realm. I am looking forward to that day, Wu Songhong said, laughing. And waving his hand at Chen Xiang, his figure slowly disappeared. Chen Xiang left the stone room himself, a smile on his face. After that middle-aged man saw Chen Xiang, he asked, how did you know His Excellency? Chen Xiang, pretending to be mysterious, replied, it's a secret. He asked me not to reveal it. I want to return now. Although he had to retrieve that reward himself, Chen Xiang thought that it was a pretty good harvest already. Seeing the expression in Chen Xiang's eyes, that middle-aged man led Chen Xiang respectfully to a hall. In the hall, there was a teleportation array. The middle-aged man promptly activated the transmission array after Chen Xiang stood on it. Immediately after, Chen Xiang disappeared and appeared before the entrance of that huge palace of Divine Martial Palace, where Wu Kaming and Gu Dongchen was waiting for him. They were worried that Ji Quan had secretly assassinated Chen Xiang. "I am all right, let's go back." Chen Xiang broke into a laugh as he assured them. After Hua Xiangyue and Lu Menger, who were standing in the pavilion far away, heard it, they too left with ease. "Scoundrel, when are you coming back? I am still not convinced about my defeat, I still want to fight with you." Lan Lan, followed by an old man, shouted aloud from afar. Hearing this, Chen Xiang could not help but burst into laughter as he said, "You want me to look for you for a fight? Why don't you pay a visit yourself? Why would I come and look for you? But even if you come, we have to see if I am in the mood." Even if you don't want to, you have to. This lady here is the strongest woman of the blue blood family." Lan Lan harumphed charmingly, sticking her tongue out at Chen Xiang. By the sight of her wry face, Chen Xiang and the others suddenly couldn't help but laugh. Mo Tian hadn't arrived. He had already left with his clansmen. It was also the first time Chen Xiang had ever seen an elder of blue blood family. It was that smiling old man sitting next to Lan Lan. Bidding goodbyes to Lan Lan, Chen Xiang and the others stepped into the teleportation array. With the conclusion of King's martial arts assembly, Chen Xiang's name had spread far and wide across the entire King's mainland. "I will come back." When Chen Xiang stepped into the teleportation array, he said in his heart, as there's still that huge reward, he needed to retrieve himself. Having returned to the extreme martial sect, Chen Xiang came to the extreme Dan King courtyard without further ado and then just slept. Having returned to the extreme martial sect, Chen Xiang came to the extreme Dan King courtyard without further ado and then just slept. When Chen Xiang woke up, a silhouette dressed in black and a white muslin on its face suddenly entered his gaze, scaring the hell out of him. He was so scared that he let out a sharp scream. "What the hell is wrong with you? You scared me to death!" Chen Xiang shouted snappily. At first, he had been scared by Elder Dan, however, now, he was rather happy to see her because he finally got to see Elder Dan after so long. Elder Dan harumphed lightly and said, "Where is the herb garden? I moved it because of some things. Therefore, at that time, I thought I may have to escape. However, due to my vigorous effort to turn the tide, I was able to save the situation and avoided getting hunted down," explained Chen Xiang. Taking out a white jade lotus seed, Chen Xiang gave it to Elder Dan and said, laughing, "Little girl, this is for you. Consider is a repayment for giving me the 5-element true elemental dance herbs last time, it really helped me a lot." Elder Dan was taken aback momentarily before taking it. She would never say no to anything given by Chen Xiang. "Very conscientious of you. Tell me the truth, have you learned the refining simulation technique?" Elder Dan asked. Although she sounded cold, Chen Xiang could feel that her attitude towards him had turned for better. There was a kind of inexplicable gentleness. He couldn't help but act in a well-behaved manner. Chen Xiang nodded his affirmation as he replied, "Yes. I didn't expect that you would even know about this." Elder Dan, storing the white jade lotus seed, turned around and said, "Of course I would know about it. Don't think that I would not know anything since I had gone into seclusion for training. Little girl, why didn't you greet me, or addressed me as martial uncle for that matter? Just now, I gave you such a precious thing and you still haven't thanked me," Chen Xiang said, laughing. Elder Dan countered, speaking in a cold voice, "Don't you want to look at my appearance?" Chen Xiang was immediately tempted. "That's all I have been dreaming of. You mean to say you will show me now?" As I have said, as long as you can defeat me, I will be yours. However, you still have a long way to go. Chen Xiang immediately snorted and said, Then, why all this bulls? Hi plus ting? Do you like teasing me? Elder Dan suddenly heaved a light sigh and said, You have 3 years, in these 3 years you have to refine a low-grade earth-level Dan for me. Then, we will have an alchemy contest, and as long as you won, I will accept my defeat. Her sigh was full of complex emotions, which Chen Xiang found difficult to understand. He came to realize that Elder Dan must have encountered something. Why? Chen Xiang, pondering for a moment, asked. The current Elder Dan gave off the impression that she could not wait to marry him. But he used to think that Elder Dan was just speaking dismissively. How could she possibly become his just after getting defeated? He was skeptical about it and treated it as a nonsense. I am preparing for my 8th tribulation. Therefore, if you want to see my face, this is your last chance. Elder Dan's voice was filled with helplessness. Chen Xiang immediately felt a twinge of pain upon hearing. He felt a bit sad and very dejected as well. You can choose to not cross the tribulation, can't you? Haven't many people done the same? Said Chen Xiang. Mysterious and cold as Elder Dan was always, Chen Xiang felt that he could get along with her. He regarded her as a good friend. Furthermore, both were alchemists, so Chen Xiang could not bear to part with her. No. I don't want to act timid in my life, ever. You know, if I shrank once, I will shrink twice. Then, I won't have the guts to face the Nirvana tribulation ever again. That's why many Nirvana realm martial artists die of old age. My strength has arrived at a bottleneck. I have already done all level of preparations, Elder Dan replied in a stern voice. Refining a low-grade earth-level Dan in 3 years? At present, Chen Xiang's divine sense and flame had already reached the threshold. What left was finding the herbs, which was rather difficult. If Elder Dan failed to cross her tribulation, it would be impossible for Chen Xiang to see what Elder Dan looked like. My master can. I'll go to him. However, even if I knew what I will be facing in the Nirvana tribulation, a certain level of danger is still there. It's impossible to have a complete assurance. Therefore, I am giving you 3 years for you to prove that you can be as good as me. Elder Dan said in a serious manner. Chen Xiang felt depressed. Even if I can have you, so what? You still have to cross your tribulation, don't you? Furthermore, I don't want to marry you. Haven't I said that Xian has to agree first? I just want to take a look at your face. After 3 years, Chen Xiang would be in his 30s. If he could refine Earth-level Dawn by then, that would make him the topmost genius of the world. Elder Dan thought that if she could find a man with such a talent as a support, it wasn't unwise at all. And as she herself was an alchemist, the two would get along far better. Anyway, you have to treat this contest seriously. It may be my last alchemy contest. Furthermore, I haven't had a man until now. I want to let a man worthy of me to look at my face before I die, said Elder Dan. Chen Xiang heaved a long sigh. Sigh, if I came to like you, wouldn't it make me sad if you want to cross the tribulation? But it's also possible for me to successfully cross the tribulation, said Elder Dan. In order to ease up the atmosphere, Chen Xiang deliberately laughed and said, It seems that I can only give it a try. As long as you become mine, you will be at my mercy. Hey, I always wanted to strip you clean, Elder Dan, noticing Chen Xiang's perverted gaze focused on her chest, tenderly snorted, I will see you again after 3 years. As suddenly as Elder Dan came, she left as quickly as well. Chen Xiang heaved a sigh, shaking his head. He knew that he had slept for a long while already. At this time, rubbing his hands, he said as his lips rose into a perverted smile, Beautiful sisters, are you ready? Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu, in order to encourage Chen Xiang into getting the fruit of fortune, promised Chen Xiang that they will kiss him if he could get the fruit of fortune. It was one thing to say at that time, but acting on it was another. Now it was the time to follow up on it. They were feeling a bit reluctant. Although they could break their promise, they didn't want to cheat Qin Xiang. Not to mention, it was not the first time for Su Meiyao already. Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu came out of the ring. They were wearing the very same beautiful dresses bought by Qin Xiang. Su Meiyao was wearing an elegant bluish-purple one-piece that was decorated with embroidery. When that kind of beautiful dress was worn by such a charming and seductive woman, it added much to her elegance and charm, giving her a graceful bearing. Bai Yuyu, on the other hand, was wearing a pure white one-piece, which boosted her elegance and charm even more so. She was completely surrounded by an and dignified air, and those ice-cold pupils of hers were staring at Qin Xiang with an inexplicable tenderness. As soon as Qin Xiang thought of kissing this elegant and cold beauty, Qin Xiang's blood started boiling, filling him up with excitement and anticipation. Who do you want first? Su Meiyao, seeing Qin Xiang staring at them with a dishonest gaze, spat down on the ground. Qin Xiang very much wanted to say, "Both of you, come together." Imagining kissing the two peerless fairies at the same time, an evil fire rose in Qin Xiang's lower abdomen. Qin Xiang wanted to try kissing the two beauty at the same time. However, he dared not propose it. After all, if angered them into leaving him, he would lose lot more than he could gain. Qin Xiang wanted to try kissing the two beauty at the same time. However, he dared not propose it. After all, if angered them into leaving him, he would lose lot more than he could gain. And who to kiss first was also a problem. Qin Xiang, gazing at their stunning faces, wondered in his mind who to kiss first. "Hurry up!" Su Meiyao urged Qin Xiang. She could not stand his fervent gaze. "Is there a difference as to who I kissed?" Qin Xiang, gazing at Su Meiyao, broke into mischievous laughter as he said, "Sister Meiyao, we have kissed once already, as such you have some experience in it. Let's demonstrate before Sister Yuyu once, so that she won't be so nervous." Hearing this, a tint of red immediately appeared on Bai Yuyu's face as she rolled her eyes at Qin Xiang. "Watching you and that master and apprentice duo kissing so many times, I and senior sister have already grown numb," Su Meiyao said, giggling. She was quite open about this. She was rather familiar with Qin Xiang. Furthermore, she also liked Qin Xiang a bit. Seeing Qin Xiang getting closer, Su Meiyao's heart also started racing. A tint of red appeared on her face, adding much to her charm. She slowly closed her pretty eyes, only to feel Qin Xiang's arm getting around her waist. Qin Xiang said with a chuckle, "Sister Meiyao, it's been a long while." He took a long whiff out of the sweet fragrance wafting off Su Meiyao's body as he pressed his lips against hers and pried open her lips with his tongue. Su Meiyao also went along with Qin Xiang, allowing her tongue to entwine around Qin Xiang's. Immediately a bizarre numbing sensation coursed through her entire body, giving rise to an inexplicable euphoria. She could not help but tightly hug Qin Xiang, pressing her tender body against Qin Xiang's robust body tightly. She could not wait to become one with Qin Xiang. Watching Su Meiyao getting aroused, the nearby Bai Yuyu also found it unbelievable. However, imagining herself acting like the same with Qin Xiang, she felt very tensed and afraid, but there was a bit of anticipation as well. She felt extremely conflicted. Her heart was gripped with complex emotions. A stunner like Su Meiyao had evoked the most primitive desire of Qin Xiang's. However, he also knew that he couldn't go too far, for Su Meiyao was a peerless expert. She was aloof. Qin Xiang could not cross the line, otherwise there would be awkwardness between them in the future. At present, he found it quite sufficient already. Although they were just kissing, he felt incomparably satisfied. What made him unusually excited was the fact that Bai Yuyu was watching them. The tightly embracing Qin Xiang and Su Meiyao were totally engrossed in the wonderful pleasure of kissing. Having tasted the sweetness last time, she had always hoping to try it again. However, it was rather difficult to voice out her opinion. And later, when she saw Chen Xiang silently kissing Xue Xianxian often, she felt jealous. The two finally parted, G.O. D knows after how long. Chen Xiang, watching Su Meiyao with deep love, this ravishing beauty, he felt inexplicably satisfied. A drunk look filled Su Meiyao's eyes, glittering with complex emotions. She licked her lips as she tenderly snorted. Little rascal, just now, you couldn't wait to eat this elder sister completely, so dangerous. Chen Xiang pursed his lips into a mischievous smile as he touched Su Meiyao's face. Sister Meiyao, it felt good, right? Su Meiyao smacked Chen Xiang's arm away immediately as she let out a harumph before returning back to the ring. Bai Yuyu, on the other hand, was standing in a daze. At this moment, she felt like a deer, tensed and panic-stricken. After all, it was the first time for her to do such intimate things with a man. Because of this, the iceberg temperament of her had disappeared suddenly. Although her face still bore the ice-cold look, in Chen Xiang's eyes, she was a naive and inexperienced girl. Chen Xiang started walking towards Bai Yuyu. In fact, he was more nervous than Bai Yuyu, a bit terrified too. He was afraid that Bai Yuyu would suddenly return, leaving his lips to kiss the empty air only, which he would regret his entire life. Sister Yuyu, if you don't want to do it with me, I won't force you. And don't worry, I will never blame you, Chen Xiang said, as gently as possible. His eyes, filled with deep love, were staring at Bai Yuyu. Bai Yuyu pursed her lips ever so lightly. Of course, she knew what was going on in Chen Xiang's mind. Although he was saying this, it was quite evident that he wanted to kiss her very much. Sister Yuyu, you are a saintess in my eyes. Chen Xiang had yet to finish his sentence before Bai Yuyu raised her head. Those ice-cold eyes of her had already melted away. As she looked at Chen Xiang, all that left in her eyes were tender feelings. Much to Chen Xiang's surprise, she took the initiative and stood on her toes before pressing her lips against his and then, wrapping her arms around Chen Xiang's robust body ever so tightly. In that very moment, Chen Xiang's mind went completely blank. The same was true for Bai Yuyu. However, Chen Xiang pushed his tongue out unconsciously, leading along that inexperienced tongue of Bai Yuyu, teasing her so that she won't be so rough and shy. It may have been the first time for Bai Yuyu to kiss a man. She had done sufficient preparations already. She knew what to do. At this point, she also actively took part in it. She let her soft and fragrant tongue entwine with Chen Xiang's. The two hugged each tightly, kissing each other unwittingly. The two wanted to melt the other and then fuse into one. Chen Xiang was sucking Bai Yuyu's tongue quite vigorously. Although what Bai Yuyu cultivated was freezing cold true qi, her tender tongue was unusually warm. Chen Xiang liked it very much. Because of this, the pleasure was greatly amplified, giving him a rush of extreme euphoria. Only Bai Yuyu came to know why every time Su Meiyao and Chen Xiang's kissed, her face would be flushed completely red. She also came to realize as to why every time Xue Xianxian and Lu Menjie kissed Chen Xiang, they looked so intoxicated. It was all because of that kind of indescribably marvelous feeling which made her sunk into depravity. Chen Xiang and Bai Yuyu kissed for a long time because Chen Xiang knew that it would be very difficult for him to kiss her again. He very much wanted to keep hugging this beauty until sea ran dry and rocks crumbled. Unknowingly, the two separated from each other on their own. On that beautiful face of hers which always bore an icy look, a warm and intoxicated flush had emerged. It was very charming. This was also the first time Chen Xiang had seen such a look on her. Bai Yuyu, hanging her head slightly, said gently, Chen Xiang, thank you very much for letting me experience this kind of happiness. Having said that, she transformed into a streak of light as she entered the ring. Chen Xiang heaved a sigh of lament in his heart. At this moment, he felt as if he had lost his entire world. The harder it is to get, the more you want it. Little rascal, you are pretty lewd. Su Meiyao tenderly snorted. She could clearly see the kind of feelings that Chen Xiang had for Bai Yuyu. Of course, knowing what a philanderer Chen Xiang was, Su Meiyao knew Chen Xiang had desires for her as well. Just a moment ago, when they were closely hugging each other, she could feel that thing growing madly on top of her abdomen as he got aroused. Recalling this point, Su Meiyao's face once again flushed red because that thing was pressed against her for a very long time. At this point, Chen Xiang was lying on the bed, staring at the ceiling in a daze, savoring the taste of kissing the two ravus. Hi-plus-ing beauties. When he was kissing Su Meiyao, he was burning with an evil desire to conquer her. However, when he kissed Bai Yuyu, he didn't have any kind of such thoughts. He had no idea what Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu had experienced, but he knew that they had extremely powerful enemies. More importantly, they had currently lost their strength. In order to guard the two G.O.desses, he had to become stronger. Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu had witnessed Chen Xiang's growth, step by step. Since his youth, the pains and labors he had suffered didn't go unnoticed to them. Their heart ached when they saw Chen Xiang go through all sorts of hards to H.I+PS just to speed up his growth. And the main reason behind all this was them, all in order to fulfill the contract he had signed with them at the Immortal and Devil Cliff. Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu had witnessed Chen Xiang's growth, step by step. Since his youth, the pains and labors he had suffered didn't go unnoticed to them. Their heart ached when they saw Chen Xiang go through all sorts of hards, Hi+PS just to speed up his growth. And the main reason behind all this was them, all in order to fulfill the contract he had signed with them at the Immortal and Devil Cliff. However, Chen Xiang had never complained or anything, which moved them very much. Over time, they came to have peculiar feelings for Chen Xiang, and even they could hardly describe it clearly. After having rested for 2 days, he sought Yun Xiaodao and the others to have a meal together before leaving the extreme martial province. At present, he still had one last reward he had yet to obtain, and that was the very herb garden which Wu Songhong had told him about. He didn't want to go alone at all, so he went to the Divine Weapon Heavenly Empire to look for Lu Menger. Having arrived at the Divine Weapon Heavenly Empire, Chen Xiang didn't find Lu Menger. An elder told him that Lu Menger had gone to the Icewind Valley, where she would be staying for some time. Apparently, there was a secret place there, where she was helping Leng Yulan and Xue Xianxian in cultivation. In the beginning, Chen Xiang came for Leng Yulan because Leng Yulan had always wanted to take an adventure trip with him. He was also planning to take Xue Xianxian. With their strength, it would not have been a problem to look for the herb garden in the king's mainland. Regretfully, he could not find anyone. Having left the Divine Weapon Heavenly Empire, Chen Xiang came to Fragrance City in the Taoyuan province. He came here to look for the seductive Hua Xiangyue. When Hua Xiangyue came to know Chen Xiang came looking for her, she arrived immediately. For what do I owe the pleasure? How about I take you to the Danxiang Taoyuan? You can directly come to me there in the future. Hua Xiangyue was wearing a simple dress, a set of black tights and a ponytail for her hairstyle. Be that as it may, it could not cover that charming and captivating figure of hers. For now, let's not. Rather, I want you to come with me, said Chen Xiang. To ensure safety, he was planning on taking Hua Xiangyue with him. Hua Xiangyue was an alchemist and the head of Danxiang Taoyuan. The Taoyuans of various mainlands would give a face to her. Most importantly, she was extremely strong as well. Now, Chen Xiang was ordering Hua Xiangyue as if she was his maid. You finally came to realize how good I am, Hua Xiangyue said, laughing charmingly. After the revelation of her ident. One Tai the Taoyuans of all mainlands treated her with great respect, as if they were afraid to offend her. This gave her a superiority complex, especially in front of Chen Xiang, this little man. All the more reason for Chen Xiang to wonder as to why a woman of her stature would be willing to be his maid. There didn't seem to be anything wrong with her head. More importantly, she was the empress in the alchemist's community. If it was some mediocre woman throwing herself into his arm, it would be rather normal. At present there were many Ines who were willing to offer their daughter's hand in marriage to Qin Xiang. Some famous beauties of other mainlands even came to extreme martial sect after having come to know Qin Xiang's deeds, to get closer to him. And Qin Xiang was pretty well aware of their aim. All they wanted to get was his Tai Chi subduing dragon exercise, as well as to climb up the ladder using a young alchemist like him, allowing them to enjoy various precious dawn. On the other hand, Hua Xiangyue had been trying to get closer to him since the time when he was just a nameless figure. If my guess is right, you first went to your sister Menger, and when you couldn't find her, only then you came looking for me. Hua Xiangyue rebuked, pretending to be angry. Pinching Qin Xiang, she continued, "Little rascal, hurry up and tell me, where are you taking this elder sister? My hands are full, you know." Qin Xiang cried in pain as he grabbed those slender hands of Hua Xiangyue. "I want to go to the king's mainland to look for a herb garden. That herb garden is quite far away from the king's capital. More importantly, the route is a bit dangerous as well. If I want, I can ask my 2 martial nephews to accompany me, but elder sister, you are more important to me, so I came to you." If Wu Kaming and Gu Dongchen came to know this, Qin Xiang would definitely be swore at for paying more attention to a lover over friends. Qin Xiang felt that taking a long trip with Gu Dongchen and Wu Kaming would be too boring. However, if a beauty was accompanying him, especially a captivating beauty like Hua Xiangyue, it would be a different matter altogether. He could also take liberties with her while at it. How could Hua Xiangyue, after having lived for such a long while, not see what was going on in Qin Xiang's mind? However, she was still very happy to accompany Qin Xiang. "Wait a bit for me, let me dress up." Having dropped this sentence, Hua Xiangyue left hurriedly. Only after waiting for an hour did Qin Xiang saw Hua Xiangyue with a mask over her face. Half of her captivating face was veiled by the mask. Even her voluptuous bosom was flattened quite a bit. She must have tied a cloth over them tightly. Hua Xiangyue, holding a sword of very poor quality, nudged Qin Xiang in his abdomen and said with a charming smile, "If we encounter any danger, just stay and watch from the sidelines, let this lady do everything." Qin Xiang, aiming at her chest, said with a perverted laugh, "Your rabbits are tied up too tightly and wrongfully. Quickly let them out and let me sage them, what if they are ruined?" Hua Xiangyue knocked on Qin Xiang's head with her scabbard. She wasn't angry at all. She countered with a charming laugh, "You, little rascal, are perverted to the core. Believe it or not, I will tell your sister Menger." "What am I afraid of? I have saged hers, Xianxian's had also been saged by me. Both of them enjoyed it very much." Qin Xiang said, laughing mischievously. Nothing of that sort had happened with Lu Menger. He was just lying to Hua Xiangyue. He wanted to see her response. Humph! Hua Xiangyue harumphed in jealousy. She hadn't thought that Qin Xiang and Lu Menger's relations, Hi+P, had arrived at this step. Hua Xiangyue threw a mask at Qin Xiang. The mask was just enough to cover half of the face. Qin Xiang had often seen many people wearing them. With this, they could avoid some unnecessary troubles. "How did you come to know about that herb garden?" asked Hua Xiangyue as she pulled Qin Xiang and took a leap. They flew out of the window at a breakneck speed, before landing next to a teleportation array. The current Qin Xiang could bear that kind of speed already. "Don't ask any more, let's just go," said Qin Xiang. He had been exhorted by that middle-aged man of King's Palace to keep the matters of King's Palace secret. Activating the transmission array, Qin Xiang and Hua Xiangyue arrived at the king's capital. Hua Xiangyue right away brought Qin Xiang to her place of residence. "Xiangyue, is this yours?" Qin Xiang, sitting on the topmost floor of a 4-storied building, asked. A unique fragrance belonging to Hua Xiangyue was lingering in the air. It was quite evident that Hua Xiangyue came here often. Hua Xiangyue, pouring a cup of tea to Chen Xiang, said, "I came to the king's mainland a long time ago. Quickly tell me the position of that herb garden, so that I can determining the route." Chen Xiang had no idea about the king's mainland, whereas Hua Xiangyue had traveled to many mainlands to look for the herbs. Naturally, the king's mainland had not been spared by her. Therefore, she had quite a bit understanding of king's mainland. This is also why Chen Xiang didn't look for Gu Dongchen and the others and came to her. Chen Xiang took out a sheet of paper and drew a simple map out of his memories. It only had some lines. Seeing Chen Xiang's map, Hua Xiangyue frowned and said, "That place sure is extremely dangerous. If you have gone alone, coming out of alive would have been difficult for you. The more dangerous the place is, the more spirit herbs we might find in that herb garden." Chen Xiang was currently in need of those high-grade herbs. The more dangerous the place is, the more spirit herbs we might find in that herb garden. Chen Xiang was currently in need of those high-grade herbs. "How dangerous?" asked Chen Xiang. He secretly rejoiced that he didn't go alone. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome. "When we arrive there, I will tell you. If there is indeed a herb garden there, I am sure that the spirit herbs there would be extraordinary. Who on earth did build a herb garden there? How long ago was it built?" Hua Xiangyue was perplexed. "I have looked for spirit herbs in the vicinity of that place and found many spirit herbs, all of which were comparatively rare. The best spirit herbs I have found were high-grade earth-level herbs." Upon hearing this, Chen Xiang was extremely excited. He said in a low voice, "It was left behind by Dan Kingli Tianjun." "What?" Hua Xiangyue cried in shock. "Is that true? I am not lying. To be honest, I have found 2 such herb gardens already," Chen Xiang stated as he broke into mischievous laughter. "No wonder a kid like you had so many herbs. So it was like this." Hua Xiangyue continued, sighing in lament, "If you had found your sister Menger, you wouldn't have to come to me, right?" Chen Xiang said, a smile on his lips, "Of course not. I would have made you accompany me even then." He originally wanted to invite Ling Yuland and Xue Xianxian with him. Fortunately, he couldn't do otherwise. It would have been troublesome if they arrived at that dangerous place. This herb garden is in the king's mainland and hidden at such dangerous place. It wouldn't be that world's first mysterious realm, would it? Hua Xiangyue's eyes gave out radiant splendor, gazing at the map. Chen Xiang, shaking his head, said, "It's not the top mysterious realm. It's just a herb garden." Many among the expert alchemists were aware of the matters of Dan Kingli Tianjun, because he was a legendary figure in the mortal world. Not only was he famous in the mortal martial world, it was true in other worlds as well. Back then, when he was being hunted down, he had escaped to various worlds, where he left his precious alchemical knowledge. "How can you be so sure?" Hua Xiangyue asked as a frown crept up on her brow. "The person who had given me this map told me that it was just a herb garden." Chen Xiang, pursing his lips, said. Although Chen Xiang knew where the topmost mysterious realm was, he was still not planning to tell the others. Hua Xiangyue knew that there was a mysterious expert behind Chen Xiang, one with very high attainments in alchemy technique. So high that they had said even hers. For now, she could only believe that Chen Xiang had been informed by that mysterious figure. "Let's go, I am in a hurry. I have things to do." Hua Xiangyue, wearing the mask and burning the map, brought Chen Xiang out of the building. Hua Xiangyue was just like Su Meiyao. Both were quite captivating. That kind of charm was completely natural, and none could resist it. Now, Chen Xiang, taking those jade-like hands of Hua Xiangyue, was slowly walking down the street. They currently looked like an affectionate couple. "Little rascal, how are you planning to divide with me?" When Hua Xiangyue felt Chen Xiang pulling her hand and rubbing his thumb on the back of her hand from time to time, feeling her smooth, beautiful hands, she could not help but snort in her heart repeatedly. Your share sure is there, but let's talk about it when we arrive there. Chen Xiang continued with a laugh. Don't we look like husband and wife who likes to travel around the world? Hua Xiangyue just let out a light harumph in response. However, they sure looked like one. Furthermore, she didn't abhor Chen Xiang feeling her hand. Hurry up, I really have something important to do. Hua Xiangyue started pulling Chen Xiang, increasing their speed. Were it not for the fact that they were in the king's capital, she would have used her fastest speed a long time ago. Chen Xiang asked in a low voice, What important thing? Can you tell me? Who are you again? Why should I tell you? Hua Xiangyue said, laughing charmingly. Hua Xiangyue continued to pull Chen Xiang through the streets and out of the king's capital just like this, chatting and laughing. Had it not been for many Nirvana realm experts in the city, Hua Xiangyue would not have been acting in such a low-key manner, because the matter of Herb Garden must be kept secret. After all, this was the king's mainland. If the forces of Diving Martial Palace saw them, they would recognize them for sure. After having made their way out of the city, they came to a secluded place, where Hua Xiangyue, dragging Chen Xiang, treaded the air, shooting through the sky. They were extremely fast, which made Chen Xiang marvel again and again. Furthermore, Hua Xiangyue wasn't emitting any kind of fluctuations whatsoever. Just like this, Chen Xiang was dragged at a breakneck speed above the clouds. If I don't accept such a captivating woman, the heavens won't tolerate it. Chen Xiang's heart started palpitating. Hua Xiangyue had always been wanting to become his maid. As long as he nodded, this captivating woman would be his slave. Thinking of this point, Chen Xiang's heart started to race in excitement. He felt that this matter didn't need Xue Xianxian's approval. After all, taking a maid was his decision. The herb garden was quite a bit far away. It would have taken him far longer than the time it took him to complete the last race. However, all it took half a day for Hua Xiangyue to complete one half of the journey. Only when Hua Xiangyue thought Chen Xiang won't be able to hold on did she stop. Even if Chen Xiang had reached the extreme state, moving at such speed and for so long, he was exhausted. Had it been an ordinary person, he would have long collapsed under that kind of pressure. Realizing that Hua Xiangyue was pressed for time, Chen Xiang felt ashamed and uneasy. Xiangyue, I am sorry, I have delayed your important things. Why are acting all polite with me now? In the future, if you need any kind of help, you can come to me anytime, regardless of anything. Hua Xiangyue handed a cup of scented tea to Chen Xiang. The flowers for the tea were personally planted and processed into the scented tea by her. Not everyone could drink it. After drinking the tea, Chen Xiang felt refreshed. According to Su Meiyao, middle-grade profound-level spirit flowers were at the very least used to create this scented tea. They might not be valuable for the alchemy, but they could be used to create the scented tea. Now, Chen Xiang was thinking of taking her as his maid. However, he found it rather difficult to voice it out. He found it absurd, actually. The honorable chairwoman of Danxiang Taoyuan, the very alchemist who is well respected by Taik. Ns of various mainlands actually wanted to be his maid. Then, if you need my help in anything, you can also tell me, regardless of anything. Although I am weaker than you, in some aspects, I am better than you. Chen Xiang said, laughing. I need a few sets of resurrection dan herbs. Of course, if you can give me that fruit of fortune, it would be for the best. Hua Xiangyue charmingly laughed. Chen Xiang stared at her blankly. He sure could give them, but it would need some time. What he was curious about was what Hua Xiangyue wanted to do with the resurrection dan. Generally, only when one is crossing the nirvana tribulation or going to do something very dangerous, they would need it. Seeing Chen Xiang in pondering, Hua Xiangyue patted him on the shoulder. I was joking with you. Last time, you have given so many to Menger, you should not too many of them, right? You will need what's left, they would be very helpful to you in the future. Of course, if you trust me, I can refine Resurrection Dan for you. Hua Xiangyue believed that since Chen Xiang had chanced upon 2 of Dan King Li Tianjuan's herb garden, he must have some. Just now, she was just kidding. These herbs would be lifesavers for Chen Xiang. I will give them to you. However, I need some time, stated Chen Xiang, a smile on his lips. He had decided that after he had given these herbs to Hua Xiangyue, he would take her as his maid. It never crossed Hua Xiangyue's mind that Chen Xiang would agree. No need, you can keep them. I am not so poor. Hold on, we are about to enter the Blood Lightning Mountain Sea. We can't fly there because the entire sky has red bolts of lightning everywhere. Furthermore, the mountains here are very tall and dark all around the year. Chen Xiang nodded. Pulling him, Hua Xiangyue continued to fly high up in the sky. After a short while, Chen Xiang heard deafening thunderclaps coming from the front before round after round of bolts of lightning filled his sight. Blood Lightning Mountain Sea, as the name dubbed it, there was nothing but mountains in Chen Xiang's sight, endless and endless sea of mountains, which were shrouded by thick dark clouds. The entire area was extremely dark. However, it was dyed red from time to time from the intermittent flashes of lightning, all of which were as red as blood. The entire range of mountains, under this bloody red light, looked extremely eerie. Blood Lightning Mountain Sea, as the name dubbed it, there was nothing but mountains in Chen Xiang's sight, endless and endless sea of mountains, which were shrouded by thick dark clouds. The entire area was extremely dark. However, it was dyed red from time to time from the intermittent flashes of lightning, all of which were as red as blood. The entire range of mountains, under this bloody red light, looked extremely eerie. Hua Xiangyue landed on the ground, her face extremely serious. She pulled Chen Xiang closely as she started walking gingerly. "What is it?" asked Chen Xiang. Hua Xiangyue was in no way weak. She was an expert who had crossed 7 nirvana tribulations. Last time, when she had released that Paris HI+ golden body of hers, Yu Jianglin of Proud Sword Sect didn't dare to utter as much as a single word. Judging from how cautious Hua Xiangyue was acting, it was quite evident that the danger level of this place was extraordinary. "We have to cross this Blood Lightning Mountain Sea to reach that herb garden. This Blood Lightning Mountain Sea is spread over a vast area, so vast that the entire area is bigger than the area of two Chenwu mainlands combined. Furthermore, these mountains have formed a very huge circle, surrounding a large piece of land. This area is at least 5 to 6 times bigger than a mainland, and rarely anyone ses on this land, as this Blood Lightning Mountain Sea is extremely dangerous. TLN. Think of the Blood Lightning Mountain Sea as the circumference of a circle. Chen Xiang had long known that King's mainland was very vast. However, he never thought that this place would be so bizarre and dangerous. So to say, thus Blood Lightning Mountain Sea had created a barrier, protecting the center, said Chen Xiang. Hua Xiangyue nodded her affirmation. Right, there are creatures in here called lightning beasts. These creatures are different from demon beasts. The demon beasts can evolve into spirit beasts, profound beasts, and then take a human form. However, these lightning beasts can't. They grow stronger by engulfing the blood lightning throughout the year. Their mind is filled with the urge to eat lightning and destructive thoughts. They are very violent creatures. Many are on par with the Nirvana realm cultivators. Chen Xiang drew a cold lump of air. He now came to know what Hua Xiangyue was afraid of. Let's go. If and when we encounter any kind of danger, you must escape. Hua Xiangyue, pulling Chen Xiang's hand, continued, Stay close to me, I have gone in once, I know the route. Chen Xiang was moved. Sister Xiangyue, you are really good to me. Hua Xiangyue said, harumphing tenderly, Of course, but you just don't seem to appreciate it. When did that happen? Didn't I say I will give you those herbs? That's a little token of my regards, it's you who don't appreciate it. Rebuked Chen Xiang. Keep them for yourself, I don't need them. She may have said this, but she was pleased in her heart. Indeed, she needed them very much, but she knew it was difficult to get such life-saving herbs were hard to come by. Chen Xiang might need them in the future, if and when he encountered any misfortune. Chen Xiang did not say anything. The decision he had taken would never be changed, no matter what. Not to mention, it wasn't anything difficult for him, it was just a matter of time. The fruit of fortune he had awarded had been handed to Su Meiyao for planting a while back, and after having poured a large amount of golden dragon saliva, it had already grown into a small tree. Hua Xiangyue sure was familiar with this place. Wherever she went, it wasn't struck by that red lightning. Only after entering this place did Chen Xiang came to realize the danger of this place. These red lightning bolts were briming with a vast amount of energy. Whenever they struck down, a huge mountain would surely be destroyed. Furthermore, the energy would also seep into the ground, causing the mountains to shake. Dense as these red bolts of lightning were, they rarely struck the ground. However, if someone were to fly high in the sky or get sensed by the red lightning, he or she would be out of luck. Chen Xiang wasn't afraid of lightning strikes at all. After all, when he had started cultivating the Azure Dragon Divine exercise, he needed to attract the lightning into his body sometimes. However, this blood lightning was far more different than ordinary lightning. Chen Xiang didn't know if he could endure them. Hua Xiangyue led Chen Xiang through the mountains for 3 days. All along the way, nothing happened. Nonetheless, Hua Xiangyue remained vigilant all the time. Chen Xiang didn't say anything along the way as well. Only when they were resting would he flirt with Hua Xiangyue a few times. Sister Xiangyue, I want to start refining middle-grade profound level Dawn. If you find anything, please help me get them, stated Chen Xiang. You sure have come a long way so quickly. Hua Xiangyue praised Chen Xiang, nodding. Over these days, she had been taken advantage of by Chen Xiang quite a few times. Not only had Chen Xiang caressed her face, he had laid his hands on her thighs from time to time. Even those curvaceous talks of her had been felt a few times. After having rested, just as they took a few steps, the ground suddenly started shaking wildly. Many large pieces of boulders came rolling down the mountain. Flashes of red lightning had also filled the entire sky as peals of thunder deafened everything. The scene before them was simply terrifying. Chen Xiang raised his head to look, only to see bolts of red lightning madly coming down on a tall mountain, causing the ground to shake violently. A lightning beast is engulfing blood lightning there. Hua Xiangyue's stunning face turned serious as she looked at those glittering red snakes in the sky. The dark sea of mountains was dyed in glaring red. Flashes after flashes made the mountains extremely appalling. Furthermore, the deafening rumbles and roaring of the ground rang to no end. If someone with a weak heart was here, he would have fainted already. Hurry up! We have to escape this place quickly! Hua Xiangyue cried in an anxious voice. Just then, a red flash of lightning blazed in the sky before Chen Xiang was sent flying as he felt a warm energy coursing through his body. At this moment, the red lightning in the sky had disappeared. Much to their surprise, the one who had bolted down from that tall mountain turned out to be a red-armored giant. Furthermore, a small figure donning a red armor also stood behind him. These 2 red-armored figures looked extremely scary. From head to toe, their entire bodies were covered in thick red armor. From time to time, thin red arcs of lightning would glitter around their bodies as well. The biggest of the 2 was as tall as 3 men combined, while the smallest figure was still 2 heads taller than Chen Xiang. Apparently, it was Hua Xiangyue who sent Chen Xiang flying using her strength, and the place where Hua Xiangyue stood had red arcs of lightning running amok. Much to Chen Xiang's astonishment, these arcs of lightning had gathered into an array. From the memories, Chen Xiang recognized the array to be a ceiling-type array. Hua Xiangyue is in danger. Just when Chen Xiang wanted to rush over, Hua Xiangyue let out a tender snort before slamming her foot on the ground lightly. The ground shook momentarily as spider web-like cracks spread from her position, spreading towards all direction. And that array created by those arcs of lightning was subsequently destroyed. "You go deal with that little brat, leave this woman to me." The bigger red-armored giant caught the smaller red-armored man and threw him towards Chen Xiang. Upon seeing this, Hua Xiangyue took a leap gracefully, smacking a palm towards that smaller red-armored man. However, the bigger red-armored giant promptly waved his arm, releasing a red bolt of lightning. "Chen Xiang, be careful! Be careful of his blood lightning!" Hua Xiangyue exhorted. At this moment, she was being attacked continuously by that red-armored giant with red lightning, forcing Hua Xiangyue to defend herself. That kind of lightning bolts were extremely fast and utterly powerful. Every time she blocked them, shock waves would immediately burst forth. At one glance, it was quite evident how powerful they were. Chen Xiang could see that the red-armored men were father and son. Surprisingly, the father was on par with Hua Xiangyue. As for how powerful the younger one was, it remained to be seen. "I have not eaten a human for a long time. Rumor has it that eating human flesh and drinking their blood would allow us to become stronger," said the red-armored figure, standing before Chen Xiang, laughing in a gruff voice. Chen Xiang promptly took out the azure dragon slaughtering devil blade and said, a cold smile on his lips, "Want to eat me? Dream on! Don't underestimate the humans." Just as Chen Xiang's voice faded away, tens of red lightning bolts emerged from that red-armored figure, and came flying at Chen Xiang, just like a hail of bloody red arrows. With a loud thunderclap, Chen Xiang hurriedly smacked a palm. The vigorous energy over his palm burst forth with an intense shock wave that promptly scattered the red lightning bolts fired by that red-armored boy. With a loud thunderclap, Chen Xiang hurriedly smacked a palm. The vigorous energy over his palm burst forth with an intense shock wave that promptly scattered the red lightning bolts fired by that red-armored boy. Chen Xiang had no idea whether these creatures were lightning beasts or not, as they looked much like humans. Moreover, they could speak as well. Only their act of engulfing the blood lightning bolts in this blood lightning mountain sea stated otherwise. What was most fearsome about them was their strength. They were dreadfully powerful. The bigger guy was even on par with Hua Xiangyue. The red-armored boy was slightly taken aback. He never imagined that this weak-looking human before him would actually be so powerful. That powerful shockwave not only scattered his attack, the shock had also messed up the energy in his body completely. "Chen Xiang, can you deal with that little guy? I will draw this big guy away. If I fight with him here, it will certainly affect you as well," Hua Xiangyue asked Chen Xiang with her divine sense. "I should be able to. How about you?" answered Chen Xiang. "Don't you worry, although these guys look similar to human after having evolved from lightning beasts. They are still stupid, nonetheless." Hua Xiangyue smacked out a palm. It appeared very light, as if it held no power. However, the power that broke out from it suddenly shook the mountains and moved the earth. Bolts of red lightning broke out from that red-armored giant, after having his chest attacked with that terrifying smack. The red-armored giant immediately became furious and roared like crazy. He kept on waving his palms arbitrarily, attacking Hua Xiangyue in a brutish manner. Although those strikes were faster, they were disorganized. Hua Xiangyue could easily dodge them with her agility. While at it, she could also lead him away from here. This way, she could also fight freely. The red-armored giant appeared to be extremely hot-tempered. He was very quickly angered by Hua Xiangyue. He kept on waving his palms arbitrarily. Bolts of red lightning were shooting out of his mouth as he chased after Hua Xiangyue, leaving this place. It took longer to describe, but all this happened in a very short time. Now, Chen Xiang knew that these red-armored men were evolved from lightning beasts. They might stand on 2 feet, they might speak as well, but they sure were a bit stupid. All they knew was to attack randomly, relying only on their strength. Nonetheless, they were fairly powerful, particularly that red armor of theirs. Chen Xiang had somehow landed an attack on him, but all it did was make that red-armored boy roar in anger. Nothing more, nothing less. One must bear in mind that had it been a brilliant grade weapon, it would have been damaged for sure. This guy's armor can mitigate a lot of power. It's not very tough on its own, it's just that a very unique energy is attached to it, which dissipates most of your power when you attack lands on it. Any kind of weapon would be ineffective against him, explained Long Shui. Upon hearing Long Shui, Chen Xiang put away the Azure Dragon slaughtering Devil Blade. This move of Chen Xiang astounded that red-armored boy. He broke into laughter as he said, "The human weapons are useless against me, I didn't expect you to so perspective." While speaking, he showered those fists covered in red armor at Chen Xiang. His punches were laden with violent lightning energy. As they rumbled towards Chen Xiang, they also burst forth with lightning explosions. All Chen Xiang could do was escape as far away from him as possible. If he stayed close to those punches, he would suffer successive explosions even if he avoided them. This guy thinks he is so clever. Chen Xiang was having a good laugh in his heart. Although the red-armored boy's attacks were incredibly fierce, they lacked any kind of control whatsoever. Even if Chen Xiang was far away, the red-armored boy kept on pounding at the ground like an idiot, thinking he could deter the enemy this way. While Chen Xiang was dealing with the red-armored boy, he was also looking for an opportunity. At the same time, he was also trying to understand the attack pattern of the red-armored boy. If the red-armored boy was facing some lightning beasts who didn't have high wisdom, he would be extremely powerful for sure. However, Chen Xiang was a human. He knew a great deal about martial techniques. These martial techniques could be used to restrain the enemy under all kind of different circumstances. Even if someone wasn't exceptionally powerful, in many circumstances, he or she could restrain someone who was stronger than him or her with these martial techniques. This guy should have bones too, right? Gathering the universe true qi over his palm, Chen Xiang reached out at a terrific speed, grabbing that huge red palm that was hacking down just like a giant axe, holding on it ever so tightly. A thunderous crash immediately resounded across the sky. Just as Chen Xiang grabbed the wrist of that red-armored boy, it cut off the energy surging out from the red-armored boy's arm. The red-armored boy was unable to release that violent energy even an itsy-bitsy bit, which caused an explosion in his arm. The red-armored boy let out a furious wail. His arm had actually been blown away by his own energy. His pieces of armor were scattered on the ground, and the ground was dyed with his blood. "So, you weren't that intelligent at all," Chen Xiang ridiculed as he took a step forward, whereas that crazed red-armored boy let out a roar in anger as he punched towards Chen Xiang. Chen Xiang took that giant fist head-on with his palm. When Chen Xiang's palm clashed with that punch, the earth around them collapsed completely as a loud thunderclap echoed in the sea of mountains. Puff! Chen Xiang spewed a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying from the aftershock. He could not help but admit that the violent energy released by that red-armored boy was extremely terrifying. It was an energy converted from the lightning energy. However, that palm strike of Chen Xiang was also extraordinary. Just as Chen Xiang crashed into the ground, he heard the terrified wail of the red-armored boy. The red-armored boy's arm was hanging down his shoulder because all the bones in his hand were gone, transforming Bone Devil Palm, a palm that could melt the bones instantly. Just now, Chen Xiang had used this very devil technique. He had also put his entire strength into it, melting those dy bones of red-armored boy completely. At this point, the red-armored had lost both of his arms. However, he could still spew red lightning bolts from his mouth. All his anger was poured on Chen Xiang in the form of red lightning bolts. Wherever those lightning bolts landed on the ground, giant pits appeared one after another. Chen Xiang could very easily dodge the attack of the red-armored boy now. Just in a few steps, Chen Xiang was by that red-armored boy's side. Chen Xiang struck his palms ever so quickly, hammering them on that stu. Dy armor of red-armored boy. The transforming Bone Devil Palm's energy was extremely unique. It could seep through those pieces of armor and into the body of that red-armored body, melting those stu. Dy bones inside. Just a couple strikes had caused grievous injury to that red-armored boy. At first, the red-armored boy could still stand, but now, he was lying on the ground, coughing up blood violently. If you had stayed on the hilltop, maybe you won't be in this state now. The big guy is going to accompany you soon. Chen Xiang burst into a cold laugh. Immediately, the azure dragon slaughtering devil blade appeared in Chen Xiang. Chen Xiang, infusing the blade with that terrifying dragon force, vigorously hacked down, shaking the ground slightly. A shrilling wail of red-armored boy immediately followed before that red-armored boy's head was separated from his body. After having eliminated the red-armored boy, Chen Xiang wiped the sweat on his brow. But suddenly, a ball of red light emerged from the red-armored boy's neck. A pellet flushed out from that beheaded neck, along with a fountain of blood. This ball of red light slowly rose into the air. At a glance, Chen Xiang could see that this pellet was the crystallized form of red lightning. It sure was good stuff. As Chen Xiang reached out to grab it, he felt the red crystal ball slightly tremble before a tingling current broke out from it. This thing can strengthen my azure dragon true qi. Chen Xiang was extremely delighted. Meanwhile, there were quite a bit of movements stirring far away. Even a few mountains had disappeared. Apparently, the fight between Hua Xiangyue and that red-armored giant was still not over yet. Hearing the furious howls coming from afar, Chen Xiang knew Hua Xiangyue had the upper hand. That red-armored giant had been forced to the point that he had gone angry. At this moment, Chen Xiang didn't dare to move closer, lest he dragged Hua Xiangyue. Hearing the furious howls coming from afar, Chen Xiang knew Hua Xiangyue had the upper hand. That red-armored giant had been forced to the point that he had gone angry. At this moment, Chen Xiang didn't dare to move closer, lest he dragged Hua Xiangyue. Soon after, the roars ceased to exist. After having waited for a short time, Chen Xiang finally saw Hua Xiangyue riding the air at a distance, flying towards him. Seeing Chen Xiang was all right, Hua Xiangyue heaved a sigh of relief. The same was true for Chen Xiang as well. He too was relieved upon seeing her. This made the two broke into laughter. So, you are finally concerned about me. At least, you have a conscience. Hua Xiangyue patted Chen Xiang's chest. Then, she took out a big red as blood beat and handed it to Chen Xiang. Looking at the brilliant red aura emanating from this beat, Chen Xiang immediately took it and said with a laugh, "After all, you are my dear sister, of course I will be worried about you. Thank you. This is Blood Lightning Pearl. You should have also obtained a small one just like this when you killed that little guy. Since you cultivate lightning, it should be able to improve your lightning energy," said Hua Xiangyue, smiling charmingly. Afterward, she picked those pieces of red armor. Chen Xiang said, "What are you planning to do with these pieces of armor?" Taking all those scattered pieces of armor away, Hua Xiangyue said, "These pieces of armor are pretty good. I can ask Menger to help me reforge them into some armor. Let's go. We caused quite a bit of commotion here. Perhaps many powerful lightning beasts would be Hi+ing here. If we encountered a bunch of them, it will be dangerous for us." Hua Xiangyue, pulling Chen Xiang's arm, started running at breakneck speed. Only when they had reached far away from the earlier battlefield did she slow down. Along the way, Chen Xiang came to notice that Hua Xiangyue's complexion wasn't very good. Her face was extremely pale. There was a tightly knit frown on her brow as well as if she was enduring some pain. Suddenly, Hua Xiangyue let out a tender cry as she fell down on the ground, grabbing her chest. Her face was incomparably pale, a grimace from pain evident on her face. Just a moment ago, Chen Xiang had noticed that there was something wrong with Hua Xiangyue. However, it never crossed his mind that her condition would be so serious that even with her strength, she fell down on the ground. "What is it?" Chen Xiang asked, anxious. He was at a loss as to what to do. He didn't know what happened to Hua Xiangyue. I have been poisoned," Hua Xiangyue said, weak and powerless. A panicked Chen Xiang very quickly calmed himself down. Acting all anxious would do Hua Xiangyue no good. Seeing the panic-stricken Chen Xiang a moment ago, Hua Xiangyue felt warm in her heart. As Chen Xiang pulled that slender arm on Hua Xiangyue's chest, he came to notice strands of black qi emerging from her chest. Indeed, it was a kind of poison. More importantly, tiny arcs of lightning were also flashed. Hi+ing amid the black qi. "Why didn't you say anything?" Chen Xiang scolded in a low voice, glaring at Hua Xiangyue. Then, he took out a small piece of L spirit GRAS and put it in her mouth. After having taken the L spirit GRAS, Hua Xiangyue looked a lot better. "However, it won't last for long. I have taken a detoxification dan, but it was useless. It was the best detoxification dan I can refine." Hua Xiangyue was also very worried at this moment, for she felt poison spreading within her body. Of course, she didn't want to die. TLN. Previously, in quite earlier chapters, like near 40 or something, I have used Dispelling Poison Dan. I have changed the name to Detoxification Dan. Hua Xiangyue was a grand alchemist, who was second to none in Chenwu mainland. If the Detoxification Dan refined by her couldn't remove the poison, whatever Chen Xiang did would all be useless for sure. This should be a kind of poison that can carry true qi with it. This kind of poison can pass through the true qi blockades inside someone's body. In other words, no matter how strong one's true qi is, he would be unable to block that poisonous true qi. Even if a couple of experts help you detoxify it together, they still won't be able to expel this kind of position. Explained by Yu. His elder sister was a poison expert. Naturally, she had a good understanding of poisons. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiang's face lost all color, whereas Hua Xiangyue was looking at him with despair filling her eyes. Hua Xiangyue were extremely clear about her situation. This poison was extremely terrifying. Don't worry, there is still a way to remove it. All you have to do is suck it out. You have suppressing devil golden body, you are invulnerable to all poisons, said Su Meiyao. Listening to this, Chen Xiang's eyes immediately lit up. He hurriedly looked at Hua Xiangyue's chest and then reached out to her chest, tearing the garments over Hua Xiangyue's upper body without further ado. At the sight of those jiggling beautiful white rabbits on Hua Xiangyue's chest and those shaking cherries on two snowy peaks, Chen Xiang could not help but took a deep breath. Hua Xiangyue was shocked. She immediately let out a tender cry. She shouted, ashamed, "Little rascal, what are you doing? You are actually taking advantage of me in this dangerous situation. I am trying to save you." Chen Xiang took a glance at Hua Xiangyue's wound. Just right at the center of those snow-white peaks was a deep ravine, where there was a blackish-red dot by the size of a thumb. Black qi and red bolts of lightning were emerging from it. Just as Hua Xiangyue wanted to curse Chen Xiang buried his head in between those marvelous snow-white peaks of her, sucking on her wound. Seeing this, she powerlessly blurted out, "Don't, you will die." Hua Xiangyue began to feel the blood flowing out of her body at this moment. The poison in her body that was spreading at an astonishing speed was being taken out bit by bit. She knew Chen Xiang was sucking the poison blood in her body. At this moment, her heart was aching more than the pain caused by the poison, for she believed Chen Xiang would die for sure. When she herself could not do anything against this poison, what could Chen Xiang, who was far weaker than her, do? Despite the fact that her upper garments of Hua Xiangyue had been ripped away by Chen Xiang completely, and even his head was buried in her chest, Hua Xiangyue didn't feel shy at all. On the contrary, all she felt was indescribable grief. She didn't want Chen Xiang to die for her. At this moment, Chen Xiang, on the other hand, was asking Long Xue to spread her divine sense into Hua Xiangyue's body, so that he could clearly know where the poisonous true qi was located. At the same time, it would also let him see up to what extent the poison in her blood had spread. This way, he could accurately suck the poison in Hua Xiangyue's body. In order to suck the poison quickly, Chen Xiang was even swallowing Hua Xiangyue's blood. Well, it was necessary, otherwise he would have to suck a mouthful first then spit it out, and repeat this process again and again. But this would be far slower than the speed at which the poison was spreading. A vast quant. 1. Tai of Hua Xiangyue's blood had been poisoned already. After Chen Xiang sucked away the poisoned blood, Hua Xiangyue's body was replenished. Hi plusing the blood at an astonies. Hi plusing speed. After all, she was a Nirvana realm expert. Her rate of recovery was extremely fast. Therefore, Chen Xiang had no qualms about sucking her blood away completely. What took Chen Xiang aback was Hua Xiangyue's blood was extremely powerful. When all was said and done, it was the blood of a Nirvana realm martial artist. After having sucked the blood into his body, his blood fused with it, strengthening his flesh and blood in the due process. At first, Hua Xiangyue was extremely worried. However, seeing Chen Xiang keep on going for so long, without any kind of repercussion, she heaved a sigh of relief before immediately letting out a tender harumph. Now that she wasn't so worried, she finally felt embarrassed, for her upper body had been laid completely bare by Chen Xiang. Those marvelous and shapely peaks of her had been seen by Chen Xiang completely. Furthermore, Chen Xiang's face was being sandwiched between the two. Of course, Chen Xiang could feel his cheeks sandwiched by those soft and smooth peaks. He was quite enjoying it. Ah, little rascal, keep your hands off! Hua Xiangyue let out a tender shout suddenly, for Chen Xiang's hand was pressing on one of her snow-white peaks, kneading it. You are doing it intentionally! Hua Xiangyue's face turned very red. However, she couldn't do anything whatsoever. All she could do was scold this little rascal. After all, Chen Xiang was risking his life to suck the poison out of her body, in her opinion. Chen Xiang was only kneading it lightly, which already made his blood to boil. However, he still had a bit of conscience. After savoring it a bit, he stopped. If continued, he was afraid Hua Xiangyue would ignore him later. After all, it was an act of violating her body. The things which Hua Xiangyue was worried about didn't happen. Chen Xiang groped her ravis.h.I. Plusing peak a bit and stopped afterward, which gave her a little sense of disappointment. She never expected that Chen Xiang would actually forbear such a powerful temptation. The things which Hua Xiangyue was worried about didn't happen. Chen Xiang groped her ravis. Plusing peak a bit and stopped afterward, which gave her a little sense of disappointment. She never expected that Chen Xiang would actually forbear such a powerful temptation. After 4 hours, Chen Xiang lifted his head finally and wiped the blood off his mouth. At the same time, he fixed his gaze at those towering snow-white rabbits of hers. His eyes burning with raging flames, Wisconsin H.I. plus ing to be burned away by Hua Xiangyue. Hua Xiangyue let out a cutesy harumph as she turned around hastily. She took out a long piece of cloth at once and wrapped it around her chest, and then put on a set of tight. Are you still not satisfied? Turning around once again, Hua Xiangyue stared at Chen Xiang grudgingly. Nope. Chen Xiang replied honestly. There was a perverted smile on his face. Humph. Hua Xiangyue gave a light snort before asking gently, You have sucked so much of my poison blood, are you really all right? Seeing those glittering beautiful eyes of Hua Xiangyue, full of concern, Chen Xiang broke into a laugh and assured, I am invulnerable to all poisons, I am completely alright, don't worry. Recalling that shameful act from just a moment ago, Hua Xiangyue spat on the ground. D.A.M. And you, little rascal, you took so much advantage of me. How about I let you take recompensation? Said Chen Xiang, laughing. He started to undress. What can you even compensate me with? Hua Xiangyue tightly pinched Chen Xiang's waist. She pinched so tightly that Chen Xiang screamed in pain. At present, Hua Xiangyue had already recovered her strength. Having pinched Chen Xiang's waist for a bit, Hua Xiangyue's anger had finally vented off her anger. She then continued pulling Chen Xiang, shuttling through the dangerous blood-lightning mountain sea. Xiangyue, yours are definitely bigger than Sister Menger's, Chen Xiang said all of a sudden. The scenes from just a moment ago were deeply etched into his mind already. Especially the feeling of having his cheeks sandwiched by those two towering and shapely peaks. He had not played so much even with Xue Xianxians. All Xue Xianxian let him do was grope them a bit, that's all. Of course, Hua Xiangyue's were bigger than Xue Xianxian's. The sensation of touching them was simply exquisite. He praised them again and again. Little rascal, you aren't allowed to speak of this anymore. And you can't tell about it to anyone, especially your sister Menger, you absolutely can't tell her, said Hua Xiangyue in a sweet voice. Chen Xiang laughed and said, What? Didn't you show them to me back then yourself? Although at that time you were wearing a translucent dress, I still remember it. Not to mention, I was just sucking your poison blood, I wasn't sucking them, anyhow. Hearing this, Hua Xiangyue's face turned red at once. She gripped Chen Xiang's wrist ever more tightly, so tightly that Chen Xiang gave out screams as if he was a pig that was on its way to the slaughterhouse. The poison in my body is flaring up. Screaming this suddenly, Chen Xiang intentionally fell down on the ground, giving a fright to Hua Xiangyue. Her face turned pale at once as she anxiously held Chen Xiang in her arms. She was completely terrified. Little rascal, what happened to you? You are scaring me. Hua Xiangyue's current appearance was just like Chen Xiang's from a moment ago. At the sight of this, Chen Xiang was delighted in his heart. Help me suck the poison, begged Chen Xiang painfully. Where should I suck? Asked Hua Xiangyue, anxious. At present, she didn't fear death. As long as Chen Xiang was alive, everything was fine for her. Chen Xiang, pointing at his mouth, said, Here. Only when she noticed the strange gleam in Chen Xiang's eyes did she reacted. Clasping Chen Xiang's wrist, she inspected the condition of Chen Xiang's body just to be sure. As expected, she didn't find any poison at all. Furthermore, Chen Xiang's condition could not be any better. Little rascal, you, humph. Hua Xiangyue pinched Chen Xiang's waist at once. Then, she threw Chen Xiang back on the ground. Hearing those screams of Chen Xiang filled with emotions, she was sure Chen Xiang was playing her. Furthermore, he still wanted to cheat her into kissing him. Rubbing the place where he was pinched, Chen Xiang mischievously laughed and appeased Hua Xiangyue. Sister Xiangyue, don't be angry, I was joking with you. Joking my head. How can you do this to me? I was very worried about you. Hua Xiangyue stamped her foot on the ground. Little rascal, you are really bad. Chen Xiang grinned stupidly. Of course I know that. I too am very concerned about you, I am sorry. Don't play any more tricks, let's hurry up. Hua Xiangyue, after wiping the dust on Chen Xiang's face, continued pulling Chen Xiang. Sister Xiangyue, why do you want to be my maid? I never understood this point, apart from joking, why would a woman of your stature want to do this? Asked Chen Xiang. He had asked these questions a few times, but every time, Hua Xiangyue brushed him off with perfunctory answers. I will not tell you this for now. Do you want to take me as you maid now? Hua Xiangyue asked, laughing. Are you going to agree? Chen Xiang had already planned everything. He was just waiting until he had prepared gifts for her. Hua Xiangyue mischievously smiled. Don't worry, my proposal will remain effective perpetually. Chen Xiang got immediately excited. After you become my maid, will you listen to my every command, like? Sensing the powerful fluctuations coming from those slender arms of Hua Xiangyue, Chen Xiang didn't continue anymore. Of course, I will listen to you, but only if you are stronger than me. Currently, you can't eat me. Hua Xiangyue's face flushed red as she unconsciously recalled those previous acts. Chen Xiang said, "Just wait for some time, I will take you as my maid soon, let me do some preparations." "What preparations? I can become your maid right now?" Hua Xiangyue asked, extremely curious. "I am not telling you for the moment." A mysterious smile appeared on Chen Xiang's lips. In order to take such a stunner, he must prepare some decent gift. After all, Chen Xiang was someone who was very keen on face saving. This blood lightning mountain sea was extremely dangerous for sure. If an extreme state expert went in alone, it would be quite difficult for him to even come out. Had it not for Chen Xiang, even Hua Xiangyue might have died from poison. There were far too many species of lightning beasts in here. The very first lightning beasts they encountered that had evolved to the point that they resembled humans were extremely strong. Not only could they utilize the dreadful power of red lightning bolts, they also possessed a kind of strange poison. When Chen Xiang was fighting with the red-armored boy, he had been attacked with poisonous lightning attack a few times, but as he was invulnerable to poison, he didn't feel anything. On their way, Hua Xiangyue and Chen Xiang were exceptionally cautious. Yet they had encountered many lightning beasts, sometimes in groups as well. They were extremely powerful. In order to avoid any mishap from happening, all they could do was evade them, again and again, trying not to cause any conflict with these lightning beasts. After 10 days of shuttling through the blood lightning mountain sea, Hua Xiangyue and Chen Xiang finally arrived at the region surrounded by the blood lightning mountain sea. This place was very rich in spirit qi. Furthermore, many ancient towering trees were also growing here. Any one of those trees would require over 100 men to hug its trunk together. This kind of trees contributed most to the entire forest. Moreover, there were many strange flower and GRAs also growing here. This is called Sacred Ancient Land. I heard that many Nirvana realm martial artists had come here, but apart from these ancient trees and beasts, they didn't find any legendary sacred land, said Hua Xiangyue. Currently, she and Chen Xiang were resting atop a towering tree. Chen Xiang asked Long Xue to look around and see if there was some place that was different from the others. Chen Xiang asked Long Xue to look around and see if there was some place that was different from the others. So Sister Xiangyue, you have also come here before, right? Didn't you find anything? Asked Chen Xiang. I came here looking for herbs, so, of course, I found many of them. However, these trees and those strange flowers and GRAs are mostly found here. I didn't find any herb garden whatsoever. Furthermore, there aren't any mountains here, so all I could do was circle a few times here and there, answered Hua Xiangyue. Chen Xiang thought that this place wasn't that simple. For this place to get a name like Sacred Ancient Land, it sure would have something special about it. He could not help but associate it with Wu Canghong. Wu Canghong was the human king. If this place was truly the Sacred Ancient Land, it was quite possible for Wu Canghong's clan to originate for this place. However, Wu Canghong himself gave Chen Xiang this map. He must have seen the map, but why didn't he say anything to Chen Xiang at all? Be that as it may, Chen Xiang still believed this place could quite possibly be the birthplace of human king family. Calling it Sacred Ancient Land won't be wrong at all then. The trees in here are quite big, one can simply live on these trees. Chen Xiang looked about for the trees that were far apart. The canopies of these towering trees were simply too big and dense. They were blocking the sunlight completely. The ground was completely dark and dim. Nonetheless, the air was very fresh here. That's what I am saying. There aren't any good stuff here, even the herbs are fewer. Last time I visited this place, I was very disappointed, said Hua Xiangyue. As an alchemist, searching of the spirit herbs was a very distressing matter. Sometimes, an alchemist would spend many years searching for just one herb, but even then, he won't find it. Therefore, alchemists like Hua Xiangyue had traveled to many places. Chen Xiang broke into a laugh and said, "Perhaps you, Nirvana realm martial artists, were too stupid to found that herb garden." Currently, Hua Xiangyue had taken up a skeptical attitude. Had it not been for the danger here, she would not have accompanied Chen Xiang. Those lightning beasts don't seem to come in here. Hua Xiangyue nodded her affirmation and said, "They can't venture too far away from the blood lightning mountain sea. If they have taken the baptism of lightning even for one day, they won't be able to survive. Therefore, if you are targeted by those guys, as long as you come here, you will be safe." Chen Xiang was even more doubtful. He felt that the birth of those lightning beasts in the blood lightning mountains sea was certainly not accidental. In that case, those lightning beasts are protecting the sacred ancient land. Maybe a clan or something is hiding here. Hua Xiangyue, shaking her head, said, "I have spent 2 years here, apart from these towering trees and those strange flowers and ses, I didn't see anything whatsoever." After resting for a while, Chen Xiang stretched his tired body. Suddenly, he discovered that his body had strengthened a lot. "Xiangyue, your blood was really sure, it actually strengthened my body so much. I feel that I can enter the 14th level of immortal and devil body very soon." "What?" Hua Xiangyue let out a cutesy cry and said, "You are in the 14th level of the immortal and devil body?" Chen Xiang smiled in satisfaction and said, "Impressive, right?" Hua Xiangyue suddenly recalled the time when Chen Xiang was helping her sucking the poison blood. Her face turned red immediately. She felt warm in her heart, but she was also feeling a bit ashamed. At that time, that really was an extremely embarrassing situation for her. "Let's go. After we have found that herb garden, Sister Xiangyue, you can return first." "I will stay here for some time," said Chen Xiang. He wanted to see what kind of secret this place was hiding. In any case, he also needed some time to plan the herbs for refining Resurrection Dan as well as the Fruit of Fortune. Hua Xiangyue immediately refused. "Not possible, you have to return with me. It will be too dangerous for you to stay here. At that time, how will I explain it to Menger?" Chen Xiang could only agree. All right. Since he had come here once, it would be quite easy for him to come here later again, for he had the Luo Tian door. As long as he recorded the coordinates of this place, he could directly enter here by shuttling through SPAC. While he was thinking over this point, he suddenly wondered whether there were some coordinates of this place marked on the Luo Tian door, for Luo Tian door was given to him by the human king, Wu Canghong. By now, Chen Xiang had already come to trust Hua Xiangyue. Naturally, he didn't have to worry about the revelation of Luo Tian door's secret. Thence, he took it out immediately. Noticing Chen Tiang taking out a small stone disc, which also had some spirit patterns as well as ancient characters on it, Hua Xianyue's curiosity was piqued. "What's this?" asked Hua Xiangyue. "A good thing. Had I known that the Blood Lightning Mountain Sea would be so dangerous, I would not have asked you to take risks with me. Hey, but had it been not so, perhaps I would not have been able to take advantage of you," said Chen Xiang, a perverted smile on his face. These days, his mind had been preoccupied with that attractive and shapely body of Hua Xiangyue as well as that marvelous feeling of touching her. "Little rascal, don't you dare talk about that again." Hua Xiangyue gave a tender snort as she punched on Chen Xiang's chest, but she didn't use any strength. Chen Xiang cracked a smile as he began to pour his divine sense into the Luo Tian door. What took him by surprise was that he really found the coordinate of a place just inside the sacred ancient land. He could not help but scold himself for being so stupid. Wu Songhong was originally a resident of King's Mainland. Most of the coordinates recorded should be of King's Mainland. He should have thought of using this Luo Tian door from the start. At this time, Chen Xiang took a look at the recorded coordinates of the King's Mainland. Sure enough, there were many places recorded all across the entire King's Mainland. He felt that it was necessary for him to get a complete map of King's Mainland to see what places are recorded by Wu Songhong. Maybe he would find some good thing. At this moment, the rings of that rock disc in Chen Xiang's hand started to rotate automatically as his true qi was drawn by it suddenly. Immediately, a beam of light shot out from the center of the disc towards the front, before a gate was formed. At the sight of this, Hua Xiangyue was flabbergasted, for she could sense the power of S.P.A.C. from it. To her surprise, Chen Xiang had opened a S.P.A.C. door. This is magical equipment? Hua Xiangyue asked, surprised. A senior gifted this to me, impressive, right? Let's go. Chen Xiang, pulling Hua Xiangyue, stepped into that Luo Tian door. In Hua Xiangyue's cognition, only some martial artists could open a S.P.A.C. door, and that too by using some impressive martial technique and expending almost all of their strength. Even Hua Xiangyue could do this, but she could not traverse a large distance, just a bit. Furthermore, it would deplete a large amount of her true qi. After having entered Luo Tian door, Chen Xiang and Hua Xiangyue arrived at a heap of ruins, which astounded Hua Xiangyue extremely. We are still in sacred ancient land? Hua Xiangyue, gazing at those dilapidated stone buildings, many of which had collapsed. From the looks of it, they seemed to have been destroyed due to an intense battle. These buildings were very tall. Just a brick was the size of a house. It was quite clear that the people who used to live here were very powerful. They were the first royal family of the human clan. Looking about, Chen Xiang spotted some humongous trees in a distance. Evidently, they were still in sacred ancient land. Furthermore, at the edge of this ruin, he also noticed many spirit patterns on the ground. Some of these spirit patterns were still exuding a weak energy. These ruins have been protected by an array. That must be why no outsiders have been able to discover them, said Chen Xiang.